Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, December 12, 2025. It's 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for the first box of Empty Faces: The Mine, which is the third season of a trilogy released by originally a spin-off of the company Hunt a Killer and then reabsorbed by Hunt a Killer. And this is part of our December marathon of Hunt a Killer games that are being retired and may no longer be playable at the end of the month. So we're sort of rushing through to try to play as much of these as we can, as many of these as we can. I think we're on good track to finish our target of 5 seasons, 25 boxes worth. The first two games, the first two seasons of Empty Faces, one was called The Woods and the second one was called The Mountain, have been quite impressive in terms of storytelling. Actually, fantastic storytelling, very creepy supernatural tale, a continuing thread through them. So, if you haven't watched the previous two seasons, The Woods and The Mountain, you probably should not be watching this one. Although it was always advertised as a standalone, the connections have been quite rich between the previous seasons, and so you'll be missing out on quite a bit. You don't have to join every stream, so if you haven't watched the first two seasons, maybe this is not the one for you. Let's check in with the chat before we catch up on some other stuff. We've got some people here who have been playing these series with me. How long has it taken us to play through? It probably takes us about 2.5 hours per box, don't you think? Somewhere in the range of about 16 hours per season. So 16 hours for The Woods and 16 hours for The Mountain. I'll give you we'll do a little recap of the previous two seasons before we start, but we have to say a couple things before we get started here. The first one is to remember to all thank Elaine Covington, also known as Garden Paths, sometimes in the YouTube. She not only sent me all of these boxes that you see behind me, all of Empty Faces, and then all of the next series. We're going to play a sci-fi called Earthbreak. Not only did Elaine send me all of these boxes at her own cost, she just didn't want money for them, just wanted us to see them played. She's been super careful to assemble them. She hasn't used up any of the material that some of these games you're supposed to do stuff that would use up the material. She hasn't done any of that. She's taken perfect care of these. And she's gone to a lot of trouble to write up little notes for us in case we can't access any of the content. And these are old games that sometimes the website content doesn't quite work. She's written some little tips for us, and she's actually gone to the trouble to print out the online content in case it goes offline. And Elaine actually has some advice for us for The Mine. This would be a good time to remind you that we're playing these a little differently than we play normal mystery games. A normal mystery game, I might be extremely reluctant to go to the hints. Sometimes we'll sit with a puzzle for a couple hours trying to make progress. We don't have time for that with these, and we've learned that that's not a great idea with these Hunt a Killer games, in part because they were sent out once every month or once every 2 months originally, and you're meant to sort of chew on them for days. But also because Hunt a Killer has a little bit of a design philosophy that doesn't quite align with my philosophy for puzzle games. And that is, there's frequent use of ciphers, particularly in their older games, that are sort of obscure and take a lot of work to actually decode, and it's kind of unpleasant, and some of their puzzles seem to be very focused on you have to try 100 different things before you figure it out. So we're going to go to the hints more frequently than we might otherwise do. The other, well, we got the dog today, huh? Okay, that's just how it's going to be. When the dog starts going across the street, sometimes it never stops, but I can close the window if we have to. Okay. Let me just check and check. What are those new boxes above the Hunt-A-Killer? It's filament for the 3D printer. Yes, it's just filament for the 3D printer. I've been trying to do some spring cleaning. The house is kind of a mess. Their 3D printer filament is all over the place. There's just, this is 1/3 of the boxes. I don't know why I have so much, because I want the different colors. But I've just been culling all of the bookcases you see. You can't see all the bookcases. Everything you can see, there's about 5 times as much bookshelf space in this office. It started out all books from graduate school days. And then every year, more books go into the recycling bin. They're just out of date. The programming books are out of date. ChatGPT, the AI, is taking over all the books. So I still buy physical books because I find it more enjoyable to read through, but less and less holding on to them and more culling of books. So anyway, I'm sure in a couple years, all those books will be gone. It'll just be board games and other things. I just played the new Cryptic Killers, Murder of an MVP. Liked it more than the last one. I don't think we have that one. Is that the brand new one? I don't think we have that one yet. Normally I get a little heads up from the Discord when there's a new Cryptic Killers available for sale. I remember Murder of an MVP got announced. I don't think we have it yet. All right, well, we'll be playing that this December. Normally in December, we'd be playing lots of different things. I have some other things I want to play, some new games that have come in. The new game by Red Herring, the new mystery cold case game by Joanna Smedley has just been delivered to people. But we have to play these 2018 Marathon of Hunt-A-Killers. Having said that, there are some other reviews and videos coming out on the channel. Greg and I reviewed recently Flashpoint Legacy of Flame. We just recorded a review of Black Orchestra Valkyrie with a long discussion of Black Orchestra. Black Orchestra is a very interesting, unusual cooperative board game about trying to assassinate Hitler. That video is in the early access area. If you are a Patreon supporter of the channel, you can get that. You can watch that video now. For the rest of you, it will be live next week at some point. And the same thing will be true for a bunch of reviews and top 10 lists that I'm going to try to record this week, including a sort of update to my holiday mystery game recommendation video and another top 10 video for narrative mystery games that I have planned. If you're a Patreon supporter, you can watch those a little bit early. The rest of you, they'll come out soon. Anything else to talk about before we get started with the recap and start playing? I think Greg and I are going to record a playthrough of Dark Quarter as well, which will be up. I have an idea for recording that. I don't think we're going to love it. I have my suspicions, but I think it will be useful to record a playthrough, although you can watch lots of playthroughs of the Dark Quarter up on the internet already. Let's see if I have anything else written down here. One more thing. On Sunday, we are going to finally read the solution to the Dear Holmes series, Return of the Ripper, that we played like a month ago. So we'll have a big, long recap and then read the solution letter. When we finished playing that, I believe we had a good theory, but we'll see how it goes. I'll do a long recap, but you still have time before Sunday afternoon to watch the previous 4 episodes of Dear Holmes, only about an hour long each. All right, are we ready to get started here? If there's no objection. So let's do a little bit of a recap of Empty Faces. In the first season, called The Woods, we were contacted by a grandmother whose granddaughter had become catatonic. We learned through her diary and a blog with her best friend that this girl, Isabella, was from a family of witches, sort of kind, nice witches. And we got a very deep dive into the lore of this witchcraft. Mostly good, but some evil spirits, and we learned what happened to her. She got hollowed out. This is a thing where you sort of, your spirit leaves your body, often during sleep, and then somehow you can't get back into your body. Maybe some other evil spirit has occupied it. And we heard about a spirit called Arwen or something, and very creepy, lots of creepy stuff, but a very sort of tender story about trying to rescue this girl. Ultimately, we couldn't save her, but we freed her by letting her die. And then we heard all this legend and lore about the foundations of the world and stuff. In the second season, called The Mountain, it was a complete shift, almost to the other side of the coin. We learned about a cult. We were sort of trying to rescue someone in this cult, we thought. Turned out this cult worshipped the lightning, the sort of technology and energy that the witches were against. And their whole foundation, the whole purpose of this cult, as we made our way up the hierarchy, was to hollow people out. And the theory that once you're hollowed out, you can learn the truth about the world. And these spirits that seemed like we learned at the very end were ancient spirits. This Arwen is part of this spirit of many names. It's just one of his names. But it looks like we found some tablets written in an ancient language that showed us that these spirits were worshipped gods of the earth, maybe, before even recorded history. And at the very end of the mine, we sort of helped this heretic group take over. But the mine was still thriving, and we learned they have spin-offs all over the globe. That the Radiant Mountain cult is like in positions of power. It was a whole big conspiracy thing. And one of the things that we learned, the mountain cult and the woods where the witch was are all in this little town of West Virginia called Cooper Rock. And one of the little snippets of a newspaper that we read in our finale box, I don't know if you remember it, was a mention of a mine. I don't remember if it was an explosion in a mine or a death in a mine, but there was a little teaser that the mine might be tied into this. Maybe that's where this ancient tablet was found. So, this is going to wrap up this entire story. There is no more content for Empty Faces beyond the mine. This is our finale of a big, long series. Will we get closure? Will this all get wrapped up? Are we going to be able to save this town? Or are we just going to get a glimpse into things that our mind can't handle? I don't know the answer to that. Okay, so let's get started with box 1 of the mine. I mean, I am fascinated to see how this story is going to develop. Okay. Did I say already the schedule that we have set out for the mine? We're going to play for several hours tonight. We've been playing boxes 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and then the finale by itself. There is some message from the internet provider that Friday night they were going to have some outage around 2 a.m., which is 4 hours away, but I think that was last night. So I think we'll be set for as long as it takes us. But I have scheduled tonight, tomorrow night, and Sunday night. So if all goes well, we will finish this game this weekend. But we'll see. Okay, so here's Elaine's online content that she's preserved if we need it. Little advertisement. Little website access list. Okay, let's put all this aside. Now, Apprentice Curator Program from the Cooper Heritage Center. We've got a big, heavy container here. Okay, let's see what we've got. Normally, the first box is the biggest. Okay, so we already know what this is going to be, don't we? What is this going to be? Without touching it, without picking it up, we know what this is. Well, I'll touch it and pick it up, but we know what this is going to be, don't we? It's going to be a black light, isn't it? Yes. Still works. Okay, black light. We have our own black light, but Hunter Killer likes using this to see secret messages and stuff. Cooper's Rock. Okay, and then we've got a bag for the Cooper Heritage Center. Okay. Nothing in this, presumably. Just a little prop that you could keep and carry around, but of no real interest to us. This is the kind of prop I don't care for. All right, but this is the kind of prop I do care for. Look at what they've done. This case and the mountain, they just went all out producing these books, these booklets. And this is just so, this is what I love. Like they really, we're going to have a lot of reading here. But let's see if we can find a welcome letter. So we've got a little brochure for the Cooper Heritage Center, which looks like it's going to be, so it is cool that it looks like we're going to get a little bit, maybe we're going to get a little bit of origin story of stuff, but okay. We've got two letters that are like welcome letters. And then we've got exhibit supplement and then some internal memos. Okay, let's see if this casts some light onto what we're going to be doing today. Welcome. Thank you for your support of the Cooper Heritage Center. And welcome to our brand new Apprentice Curator program. Thanks to generous funding from the Petronia Humanities Foundation, the CHC is now able to share our one-of-a-kind collection with members all across the globe. Over the course of this 5-month program, you will be immersed in our local culture and regional history through assignments aimed at helping our staff test new interactive components for current and future exhibits. To reward your hard work, we're excited to share unprecedented access to our archives with our new apprentice curators. Our collection highlights many of the things that make Cooper's Rock a special place, from its unique geology and rare flora and fauna to its industrial history and rich cultural traditions. Where else can you tour a cavern resplendent with both ancient cave paintings and glowing mineral vines? What other museum boasts a robust collection of folk artifacts and an unparalleled archive of coal mining records? You can find all this and more at the Cooper Heritage Center, once voted one of West Virginia's best-kept secrets by the Monongahela Herald. Monongahela Herald. Many exciting initiatives are underway to enhance the Cooper Heritage Center experience, including new cutting-edge exhibit displays. We've already begun our soft opening of the CHC's largest exhibit to date. It all came crashing down, oral histories of the Strahlenberg blast. The latest edition lets visitors tour our groundbreaking collection of artifacts and stories from survivors of the Strahlenberg mine collapse. The project is a result of the tireless effort of our curatorial team, as well as collaboration with the Cooper's Rock community as a whole. We're excited to share some examples of our outstanding archival collection with you as a new volunteer member. Facsimile copies of artifacts related to our new exhibit are included with your welcome kit, as well as a free UV flashlight that can be used to illuminate the naturally fluorescent mineral veins that make our town shine. We hope you'll use it to explore our famous Foxfire Cave on your next visit to Cooper's Rock. To access your first Apprentice Curator assignment, visit cooperheritagecenter.org Volunteer Assignment 1. Log in using your personal email address and code Cooper's Rock Rocks. Once you've completed your first assignment, you'll be directed to a never-before-seen document from the CHC's archives. We hope you enjoy the Apprentice Curator program. We hope that as an Apprentice Curator, you will not only learn more about our town and heritage, but also help us to share our region's precious natural and cultural history. There are many more wonderful surprises in store as you get to know Cooper's Rock. Cecilia Dandridge, Director. Okay, so this is the proper thing. Like I guess the first box we got a little of it. The second box sort of drifted away and gave us a letter that wasn't clear what our role was and why we were being contacted. Here, the setup is very clean. We are apprentice curators. We've either applied for this position or however we've gotten it, but our assignment is clear. We are helping out in this program. We're going to learn, we're going to see the history of the town through old oral recordings of the mine and explore this ancient mine, and some disaster that happened. Very cool. And the boxes are structured. Each box we're going to get a little bit of an assignment. So I guess we might want to visit this right away before we go through all this. Let's bring up our website actually and open up this so we can get an idea of our assignment. So she says go to Cooper Heritage Center.org. This is the main website, which this is what's going to go offline at the end of the month or soon after. Okay, so there's that. And then she directs us to a specific page, which I'm going to open up a new tab for. Cooper Heritage Center and volunteer. Assignment 1. Okay, there's nothing on this page. Log in using your email. I mean, oh, here, oh no, this is volunteers. Okay. Thanks to a generous donation, user experience 5-month-long. Click here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so if I click volunteers, we get our assignments. Here they are, 5 boxes, 5 assignments. If I click on assignment 1, it says enter your password. I don't know. I wonder if this is, if it wants this password. No, that's just for recaps. All right, I'm just going to put in wrong password. Oh, it's personal address and then it's giving us the password. Okay. Cooper's Rock. This is what it says. Let's see if it needs it in caps. Maybe it does. Okay. Welcome to your apprentice curator assignment, Heritage Center. We at Cooper Heritage Center aim to create immersive learning experiences for our visitors, and our new interactive quizzes will become a regular feature once we have finished testing their content. Please complete the following quiz to the best of your ability so we can gauge its difficulty before we introduce it to the public. Upon successful completion, you will receive access to unreleased content from our archive that didn't find a place in our newest exhibit. It all came crashing down, oral histories of the Strahlenberg blast. We appreciate your help. Okay, so this is obviously something we do at the end of the box to make sure we've completed it. It's also a little odd because it looks like they were experimenting with an idea of just taking a quiz, not to solve a puzzle maybe, but just to make sure you've read everything and done everything. But maybe there's some quiz elements. But that's okay. Everything is working so far, and we will access that when we're finished. Let's look at our second little welcome letter here. Or I guess this is a letter from June Novak, someone different. Not a welcome, but something. Hi, my name is June. I'm one of the curators here at the CHC. Among my other roles here at the museum, I'm responsible for the Apprentice Curator program. I've also been working on our new exhibit on the Strahlenberg blast, for which I've been conducting the interviews with Cooper Rock residents about their memories of the incident. One of the people I talked to, Grace, is well known as one of the last practitioners of traditional medicine in the region. Now, our person from season 1 was Grace. Is this going to be the same Grace? We got onto the subject of folk magic and superstitions, which have always been a favorite topics of mine. I was telling her about some of the odd things I've been experiencing at the museum lately. She suggested I get in touch with you. Apparently, she had a vision of you and believes you might be able to help me. Ordinarily, I wouldn't contact a total stranger on that basis alone, but Grace knows her stuff. And at this point, honestly, I'll take all the help I can get. Before I go any further, I should tell you I'm generally pretty level-headed. I've always been told how down-to-earth I am, and I actually enjoy a lot of the things other people find impossibly dull, like digital preservation policy and ascension records and cataloging software. In other words, I'm boring. I am the absolute last person you'd expect to experience, well, whatever this is. Except here I am, and it really is happening. I'm really hoping you'll tell me there's some rational explanation for all this. At first, I was sure I was just imagining things or misremembering. I'd noticed something out of place, just a pen moved on my desk or an object slightly askew in a display case, stuff like that. I thought maybe it was the vibrations from a passing truck or even a small earthquake, which do happen here from time to time. But soon it wasn't just little things. Lights started turning back on by themselves, and I swear I've heard someone walking around after hours, even though I know there's no one there. Now, when I come in the morning, more often than not, I'll find a door or drawer open, despite the fact I'm sure I locked them all the night before. The security system never shows any kind of disturbance, and none of my colleagues have mentioned anything unusual. But I can't shake the feeling I'm never quite alone, even in an empty room. The funny thing is, I used to wish something like this would happen to me. Part of what drew me to Cooper's Rock was the unique traditional culture in the area. The first time I visited, fog was drifting through the silver shadows of the trees, and I felt like I was entering a land that only existed in stories. Driving past the old log homes outside of town or spotting one of the green lady figures out in the forest makes me feel like the tales I grew up hearing about around a campfire would actually happen. But now that it's actually happening to me, I'm not sure what to do. I'm not even sure I can trust my own senses anymore. The other day, I was going over one of the interviews I recorded for the new exhibit, and I could swear there's some kind of disturbance in the audio. Definitely didn't hear anything in person, but now the audio sounds wrong to me somehow. You know that feeling when a word is right on the tip of your tongue, or you can sense something moving just out of your field of vision? Well, that's how I feel about this noise. I know it's there, but I can't make it resolve into anything that makes sense. I don't know, maybe you'll have better luck. You'll get a chance to listen to it once you've completed your first apprentice curator assignment. If you can make anything out, will you let me know what you hear? You can use the form on the CHC website to contact me. I'm basically the only person who checks the inbox the contact form goes to. But I've been so busy with this new exhibit that I'm having a hard time keeping up with my email. I can't promise I'll get back to you, but if you do hear anything distinct, I'll do my best to reply. Honestly, I don't know which I'd prefer. If you hear something, that means I'm not just imagining things, which is a relief, I guess. On the other hand, maybe I'd rather believe I'm just freaking myself out over nothing. In any case, thanks for hearing me out. I know it's strange, me contacting you out of the blue like this. If absolutely nothing else comes of this, I hope you'll enjoy the Apprentice Curator program. To tell the truth, I signed you up so I'd have an excuse to reach out to you, but I do truly think the program does a good job of highlighting what a unique place Cooper's Rock really is. Sincerely, June Novak. All right, so now we know how we got signed up to this program. She signed us up, and it sounds like Grace from our first season, the grandmother whose daughter got hollowed out, recommended us. That's pretty cool. Okay, so we've got the Strahlenberg exhibit oral history things that we're going to want to read. We'll want to explore the website as well. We've got a supplement related to the Strahlenberg blast, profile of someone who's involved. But before we look at those and this whole book, let's take a look at the Heritage Center's brochure. The Cooper Heritage Center, okay? Then you've got a drawing of sort of pioneer days. These look like maybe fur people, I don't know, pioneer type people. Okay, and there's a picture of miners. Our mission. Cooper's Rock is a small town with a big history. Since its founding, the Cooper Heritage Center has striven to educate the public about the history, folklore, and natural landscape of the area. We hope that nearby residents and out-of-towners alike can form a better understanding of our community by visiting our extensive collections. There's a little trilobite fossil. So, permanent exhibits. Sidney Cooper and Explorer's Life Explored. Fluorescent Flora and Freaky Fauna, the Natural History of Cooper's Rock. An interactive tour of Foxfire Cave and its paintings. Wow, we're going to get to see some ancient cave paintings. Very cool. One of the earliest sites ever on the internet was pictures of a famous, I forget the name of the famous cave, where early drawings of some of the first cave drawings of man ever found. There's a very famous cave showing hunting and all that. Rock and Coal Lifestyle, a day in the life of a mid-century miner. It all came crashing down. Oral histories of the Strahlenberg blast, which is the new exhibit they're working on now. Temporary installations, Catching the Drift, medical accounts of chthonic dementia. The Warped Mammalian, sculptures by locally born artist Sarah Kutawa. Then we've got archive. In addition to the permanent on-view collection, the CHC maintains an archive of over a century's worth of additional documents and images related to Cooper's Rock and the surrounding area. The catalog has been used numerous times in pursuit of research on regional traditions, genealogy, and industry. Access is granted on a case-by-case basis by the curator. About us. The Cooper Heritage Center was founded in 1906 as an archive for the maps, journals, and other documents that Sidney Cooper created during his travels through uncharted land in West Virginia, land that would soon come to be known as Cooper's Rock. In addition to housing the collected writings of our town's founder, the museum's collection has expanded since its establishment to contain other local records, artifacts, and samples of the area's unique ecosystem as well. Come visit us to tap into the region's most abundant natural resource of all, knowledge. Looks like we've got a little reindeer here or something. Admission, $5. General children under 18, senior citizens, and students with a valid ID, $3. Wednesdays are free. Donations at the door are appreciated, not required. Wednesday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Get involved. Join our new apprentice curator program for unprecedented access to the museum's archive. The program allows participants to gain a more complete understanding of our captivating and often overlooked corner of American history. To learn more, visit our website. Okay. Does the trilobite have a face? It kind of looks like a creepy face, but I think it's just a trilobite. Okay. A little prehistoric creature fossil. All right. Cooper's Rock Curiosity. All right, so this is a big book that we're going to have to go through. Maybe we'll try to go through it in parts. Eerie Tales of a West Virginia Mining Town by Emma Louise Kemper. Copyright 1978 and 1993. Let's just look at this. Introduction to the second edition. Ballads, hauntings, animal tales, strange creatures. Journey to the mountaintop. Yikes. Miners Argot. That's going to be like lingo of miners. In addition to folk narratives about the mining industry in Cooper's Rock, miners also develop specialized language to discuss their day-to-day work. Much of the jargon used by miners in this area differs very little from the folk terminology used by miners all across the country, but there are some terms that reflect instructive regional variation. Got afterdamp, which is the mix of gases that results from an explosion. The back is the root of the tunnel. The bench is the floor of a tunnel. Black damp, choking mix of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. To break one's pick is to grow discouraged or give up. A drift is a tunnel, also the colloquial name for the illness many Strahlenberg workers suffered from, termed chthonic dementia. Okay, so this dementia is something that some of the miners get, and many of the Strahlenberg workers suffered from. The face is the surface that you're drilling. Fire damp, flammable mix of flammable gases. Foxfire is the fluorescent minerals which are occasionally found in Cooper's Rock stone. To go deep enough means to get fed up, especially to the point of quitting. Hades is a dangerous work area, especially one of the Strahlenberg mining company's classified priority zones. Jackpot is an especially bad work area. Legendary luster is a legendary type of shiny or iridescent stone, reported to be found in the Strahlenberg mine. Muckmen are miners, especially those responsible for moving rock. Old Pills is the mining camp doctor, also known as Quinine Jimmy. Sounding is to checking that the roof is secure and safe to work beneath by knocking on it. Stick damp is hydrogen sulfide gas. Tipple is the spot where mine cars are emptied of their coal. White damp carbon monoxide gas. Working, the creaking noises emitted when a seam of coal is under pressure, often a warning. Okay, let's read this little introduction to the second edition. When I compiled the stories that made up the first edition of Cooper's Rock Curiosities, I was new to the area, and doing the field work to complete this project became my way of getting to know Cooper's Rock and its inhabitants. I fell in love with this place instantly. Its dense mountain forest, its eerie caves and mist-wreathed hollers, its charming main street, so little changed since the town's founding over 100 years ago. But it was not only the landscape I came to love. The people I've met in Cooper's Rock have been exceptionally gracious to this inquisitive outsider intent on infiltrating their small, close-knit community. They welcomed me into their homes and generously shared their stories and songs with me. I was amazed to find that many backcountry traditions were still very much alive here in Cooper's Rock and had taken on a style of their own that reflected the region's unique character. A great deal has changed since my first days in Cooper's Rock. The local mining industry, already in decline when I arrived in the early 1970s, had been completely destroyed by the Strahlenberg blast, the deadly 1989 mine disaster that shook this community and shattered its primary employer. But the community persists despite these hardships, and their songs and legends have evolved to reflect these struggles. I'm grateful for the opportunity to update Cooper's Rock Curiosities, and I hope this new edition captures the special mix of old world beliefs and local history that characterizes the traditional culture here. This is truly an area unlike any other in the Appalachian region, and it has been my honor to share its inhabitants' stories. My thanks to the Cooper Heritage Center for supporting the work that this new edition entailed. The community is lucky to have such a vital resource for natural and cultural history in the area. Cooper's Rock, October 1993, Emma Louise Kemper. Okay, and then we've got these sections: ballads, hauntings, animal tales, strange creatures, and bibliography. Let me check out the bibliography here. Okay. Mary Catherine Briggs, An Encyclopedia of Fairies. David Corbin, Life, Work, and Rebellion in the Coalfields. These feel like real books here. The Past is Another Country Representation by Stephen William Foster. Witches, Ghosts, and Signs, Folklore of the Southern Appalachians. I wouldn't be surprised if these are all real books. The Wise Raven and the Shadow Fox. Animal Tales from Appalachia. Monogalia College Press. Okay, this is definitely mentioned, and is this the story we've heard? No, we haven't heard this story yet, but it's similar to the stories we did here in previous boxes. Where do Monongalia Press? We read about Monongalia in our letter or something. The Telltale Lilac Bush. Okay, none of the names jump out, but we know about this. All right, maybe we'll just skim through this. Tom Lynn, we've heard that, haven't we? Didn't we see this in one of our previous boxes, something about Tom Lynn? While much of the folk music performed in Cooper's Rock hews closely to wider Appalachian traditions, there are a few songs that present interesting variations on familiar themes. I've included 2 songs that appear to be highly localized with little circulation beyond the town itself. The first, Tom Lynn, was a favorite of the late dulcimer player and folk singer Evangeline Eakins, easily recognizable as Child Ballad 39, though its content is significantly altered. The second, Company's Got It Out For Me, is a newer tune originated by a coal miner, Leon Scruggs, during the strike of the Strahlenberg Miners Union workers in 1989. After the mine collapse, the song became a popular rallying cry, expressing the rage and grief of many of the region's miners felt about the catastrophic collapse of the Strahlenberg mine. All right, so I've got a song about Tom Lynn. I mean, we will read these eventually. Company's Got It Out For Me, that was written during a strike. Then we've got an entry on hauntings. Cooper's Rock has a long tradition of ghost stories and supernatural legends dating back to before the town's founding, when frontiersmen told tales of the haunted caves in the region. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many of these tales center on the mining industry, where the work was dangerous and many had seen bloodshed on the job. After the Strahlenberg blast in 1989, however, the number of these tales increased significantly, reflecting the impact that tragic event has had on the community. For instance, stories like the Dead Mine and the Foxfire Cave are highly localized and interrogate the idiosyncrasies of the terrain and the trauma of recent events. Other tales are less unusual, offering more straightforward regional variations of well-known yarns. All of these tales were related to me by former members of the Strahlenberg Miners Union, particularly John Kowalski and Albert Smith. Okay, so these are little ghost stories, of one about Annette Conran, one called The Dead Mine. Looks like his face is decaying. I guess that's going to be a dead man coming back to life as a ghost or something. Screaming Jenny, The Telltale Lilac Bush, My Brother's Keeper, Foxfire Cave, a creepy little skeleton baby with trees growing out of him. I think we'll definitely want to read that one. Okay, and then we've got a section on animal tales. While the South may be the region most strongly associated with animal tales in the United States, Cooper's Rock has a surprisingly rich tradition of folk tales about animals. They appear to be highly specific to the area, featuring topographical details that are immediately recognizable. Many of these tales were collected and illustrated by Mrs. J. M. Landau in the volume The Wise Raven and the Shadow Fox, Animal Tales from Appalachia. These particular versions were related to me by Mrs. Warren Montgomery, who heard them from her sister-in-law Grace, and suggested that for some people in the region, the stories might also have cosmological significance. Okay, very cool. So Grace is the woman who contacted us in the first season of The Woods. And these tales were told to this researcher by Warren Montgomery, the sister-in-law of Grace Montgomery, who was our contact in the first book. Very cool. There's our confirmation that Grace is indeed Grace Montgomery. Journey to the Mountaintop. We'll definitely want to read that one. It sounds like it might tie into our first 2 cases, first 2 seasons, and so is The Labyrinth, important to our first 2 seasons, and The Fox we read about in the first season. Strange creatures. West Virginia's best-known cryptozoological mysteries are without a doubt the Mothman and the Flatwoods Monster. But residents of Cooper's Rock have had their own tales of unusual creatures that are said to roam the woods around the town. Some, like the blue caps, have clear precedent in the folklore of European settlers to the region, while others, like the twin stag, are seldom attested anywhere outside the area. The story of the Blue Caps was repeated by several former members of the Strahlenberg Miners Union, while the rest came to me from Theodora Applegate, Eudora Dot Newland, and other members of the Cooper's Rock Quilting Society. No idea what those are. Changelings, Half Men, Blue Caps, never heard of that. Twin Stag, White Things. And then there's the Argo we already read, and the bibliography we already read. Okay, so lots of stories in here which we will read and get to, but not right now. I didn't know the Mothman legend originated there. Blue Caps are supposedly a type of fairy. Some say ghost. Okay. Okay, so these aren't historical stories. Let's take a look at this document now. Exhibit Supplement, Profile of David Griffith. Oral Histories of the Strahlenberg Blast. Okay, see what we've got here. It all came crashing down. Oral Histories of the Strahlenberg Blast examines a pivotal date in the history of Cooper's Rock through first-hand accounts. As a supplement to the exhibit, this biography aims to separate fact from speculation with regards to the enigmatic figure at the center of that fateful day, David Griffith. Enigmatic figure at the center of the day, okay. David Griffith was born in 1964 to humble beginnings on the forested outskirts of Cooper's Rock. He would soon be followed by a younger brother named Simon. The boys enjoyed an idyllic childhood for some time, often playing in the woods and caves that surrounded their home. But in early 1980, Simon came down with a serious illness and remained bedridden for several months. He passed away later that year, just short of his 12th birthday. We never saw much of Davy around the house after that, Griffith's mother Alice noted in a 1999 interview, but I don't think he was out getting into trouble. He just needed time to himself to think. He was a good boy, a good man. Employment at Strahlenberg and union participation. Following in his father's footsteps, Griffith began to work at the Strahlenberg mine when he turned 18. He spent his first year underground as a nipper, traveling between working areas to deliver supplies and relay messages. Company records show that Griffith would often be written up for fraternizing during his shift, and that he was soon reassigned to a more stationary night shift role in order to limit his networking with fellow miners. At no point a model employee, he was frequently disciplined by his superiors for back-talking and challenging orders. Well into his 7th year at Strahlenberg, Griffith began to publicly organize against the company for their insufficient adherence to safety standards and poor worker compensation. 90% of the town's miners participated in the strike he mobilized March 13, 1989, but their effort was soon cut short. Primary sources claim that on the strike's 8th day, Griffith broke the picket line and approached the entrance of the mine. He indicated to the confused strikers behind him he was not to be followed and disappeared into the tunnels. Sometime later, a disastrous explosion went off underground, causing a roof fall throughout several miles of tunnel. The collapse killed 10 of the miners, still active underground, and grievously injured many more. Though Griffith's body was never recovered from the debris, he is counted as the 11th victim of the explosion. A motivated attack. In the initial chaos of the blast, it was assumed that a terrible accident had occurred. However, conflicting narratives began to emerge once a cryptic and incriminating note was recovered from Griffith's locker. Once the letter emerged, numerous miners that had been present at a March 19 union meeting began to recall Griffith acting strange and distant throughout the event. One man, Bernard Lask, recounted an exchange with Griffith in which he asked the organizer how long the strike would last. He didn't meet my eye when I asked that, said Lask, but he told the floor he'd reckoned it'd be over soon. Didn't stick around at the meeting for long after that. Griffith's whereabouts are unaccounted for after this exchange until 2 o'clock the following afternoon, when he rejoined the picket line. While these revelations led many to believe the blast was premeditated, local opinion is split regarding the reason for the attack. Reason? Crazies and communists wouldn't know reason if it slapped them silly. And that boy was both, commented community elder Vernon Flint. The way the mine went up, there had to be decades worth of badly sealed gas waiting to be set off, union member Sherry Harmon said. If he thought the strike was doomed, he might have figured destroying the whole thing while his comrades were outside would save more lives than it'd take. We put our faith in Griffith, and he put half the town out of work in return, explosion witness Jubal Vipperman declared. Strahlenberg took the insurance payout after the explosion and ran, vanished within the year. Coal stores around these parts weren't what they once were, and they didn't want to give us notice or severance pay. Mark my words, those big shot executives are living it up on some fancy island, and that backlegs Griffith, he's with them. Griffith's only living relatives, his parents Owen and Alice Griffith, would maintain that the explosion was an accident up until their respective deaths in 2001 and 2008. No matter its cause, the explosion's result was the end of a local industrial era. Whether Griffith himself was an anarchist, corporate pawn, or a mere victim of coincidence may not matter in the wake of one indisputable fact: that the blast took 11 lives and shook hundreds of livelihoods. So West Virginia did have lots of real mining. All right, now look, here was the note they found in his locker. E. I thought it would be easier to go if I didn't have to say goodbye. I'm sorry for taking your coded message without asking. I figured you'd understand. You more than anyone know why I have to do this. With any luck, you'll have a chance to give me hell. If not, well, just remember me as the boy you first saw coming down the mountainside. David. So here's our traditional substitution code, where we've got some of the letters that we can figure out. D-A-V-I-D. What code is this? I don't believe we've ever seen this before, although it looks kind of similar to the ones we have seen. But we may have to start making an alphabet. We know what some of these letters are. Some of them, are any of them in here? You would expect the A might be in there. I don't see it. We got a little bit of a problem too, because look, I said these were D-A-V-I-D, but look, we've got two D's and they look different. So maybe this doesn't say David, or this code is not a pure substitution cipher. We do have a little bit of an issue on our hands, though, given that this is not the same as this. Okay, that's for us to figure out later. Let's see what it says about it. Mysterious message left behind. This note was discovered in David Griffith's locker at the Strahlenberg camp following the 1989 blast. It is unclear if Griffith ever intended to send it, or to whom. In the years since, several linguists and cryptographers have tried to decipher the coded words in this note, but its full meaning remains a mystery. Okay, very good observation here by Jonathan. Jesse, I think there's a comma after the code and before David, so it's something like yours, David. That's a very good guess. Y-O-U-R-S. Yours, that would work, or something like love, but not love, obviously, 4 letters. Okay, yours, David. I like that idea that this is Y-O-U-R-S. No duplicates, so it's definitely not David, though. Okay, good catch about this comma. All right. Okay, very cool little mystery. And now we've got these internal memos, but we should take our first break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. YouTube says 18 concurrent viewers, 10 likes. That's a lot more likes than normally when I have to start begging for likes. Let's see. I guess everyone's getting the hint. Just go ahead and like it as soon as it starts. Is the mine explosion mentioned in the first Survivors Forum video mentioned? I can't remember, but yes, I think you're right. Jonathan says, I like this setup of the mystery of the mine explosion and whether David's alive or not. I sort of hope it doesn't reveal what happened too fast. Could the E be the same person who wrote the Book of Curiosities? Not sure the timeline works out. I don't think the timeline does work out. However, maybe it does. Let's see. When did she come by and write this book? I guess it does. First edition, 1978. Emma Louise Kemper. If the first edition was 1978 and the mine collapse was when the strike happened, which was, I think, 1980, did we say? So maybe the timeline does work out. Maybe he was writing to Emma. Well, why don't we take a look at these documents here for internal use? This is the mine. 89 was the strike and the explosion. Okay, so I guess it does work out. So 89 was between the first edition and the second edition. Interesting. All right, now this looks interesting. We've got 3 pages of internal memo from the mine, presumably the mine company, I guess. So what are these words? Covectronic 340. Wow, this is very... Oh, it's in a code. It's clearly a code you can see down here. Okay, so there's some code written on this. Strahlenberg Mining Company, Coopers Rock, West Virginia. Minutes of a special meeting of the Strahlenberg Miners Union. Okay, this is union meeting notes. But why is it on the letterhead? Oh, I see. The mining company has got a copy of the minutes and they're writing notes on them. Okay, so what we're looking at is mining company got their hands on a copy of the meeting and has put notes on it. I think that's what we're looking at here. Okay, March 6, 1989. Special meeting of the Strahlenberg Miners Union, SMU, has been called to order by the chairman at 6:03 p.m. Boy, this text could be a little easier to read. I guess it's trying to give it some age, but it's a little tricky. Okay, officers present: Paul Kowalski, Chief Steward; Edward Lewis, Chairman. That could be another E. Andrew Coley, Vice Chairman. Nicholas Landis, Secretary Treasurer. Damian Grisham, Recording Secretary. Non-union members present: Dr. Jonathan Young, Camp Physician, and Patricia Vance, the Monogalia Herald. That's the newspaper. The chairman apologized for the shortage of available seating, stated he was proud to see such a strong turnout, commending members on their commitment to the cause. The chairman moved that the union should vote on taking strike action. Motion seconded by David Griffith. That's our guy we just read about. Chairman stated that discussion should now begin on the question of a general strike. Paul Kowalski thanked everyone for attending and said he knew no one went into this decision lightly. He stated he had been speaking to many workers in the past several months. Almost to a man, they reported having concerns about illness, insufficient pay, or something oversight, if not all three. Poor oversight. Norton Graves said that his primary concern was the pay, stating that he could put up with a lot if the money was good, but Strahlenberg didn't even have the decency to offer rates that were competitive with other mines nearby. Bob Kaminsky stated no amount of money should make up for the struggle his family had seen since his brother was laid up with drift, and now they can hardly pay their bills, what with the company refusing to pay any kind of sick leave or workman's compensation. He was laid up with drift, the colloquial name for the illness many Strahlenberg workers suffered from, termed chthonic dementia by local physicians. Nancy Smith said that even if there was a policy for compensating workers with drift, it would be impossible to get a claim paid out because there's such a backlog on workers' comp that claims from the last year still haven't been processed. Eugene Barnes agreed and added that the union could stage the longest strike in history, but it wouldn't make a difference if there weren't specific demands in place that would actually fix these problems. And then we've got more of this code. Starting with the symbol written in alphabetic letters. Normal alphabetic letters, not symbols, except for this. Dollars and cents. And no doubt same code here. Page 2 of the minutes of this strike meeting. Russell Kinnard expressed concern that the union wasn't taking complaints about mismanagement as seriously as other grievances, even though he and others have been raising concerns for a while now. He said there was no way medical concerns could be resolved if basic leadership was so dysfunctional. Norman Lewis suggested that as far as he was concerned, the most important thing was that he could trust he was safe in the pit, where he and the men working beside him spent most of their lives. Jean Doucette said that health and safety of the workers should without a doubt be the #1 priority of the union, and stated that he'd asked around to some friends who worked at other mines, and according to them, the company had a much higher rate of accident and injury than other mines in the area. Dr. Young stated that despite his best efforts to convince the board otherwise, Strahlenberg management still refused to officially recognize drift as a valid medical condition, and as such would continue to consider all claims related to chthonic dementia to be malingering. In other words, the workers were putting it on and not really sick. The chairman called for order. David Griffith said that of course the company would never take workers' health seriously. He claimed that management has known about what happened to the men who worked down in Hades for a long time. We read what Hades was. And stated that they would always be treated as liars and malingerers as long as the union was weak. He said the union would have to demand the protections they were entitled to. He insisted that a strike was the only way to show the collective power of the union. Sam Simons or something said he doubted Strahlenberg could possibly understand what was happening because if they did, how could they show their faces? He then inquired whether striking would really help those who are suffering from drift and other ailments, since their friends and families rely on their income, and nobody would be able to afford medical bills if they weren't working. Andy Fuller agreed that maybe it would be better to wait until a more opportune moment to call a general strike, suggesting that there were other ways to make the union's collective will felt by management besides a strike. David Griffith asked if Mr. Simmons and Mr. Fuller would be able to look all the men who died and been injured in the pit in the eye and answer the same way. He suggested perhaps union members who claimed to have reservations were just afraid of what would happen if they had the courage to strike. He stated that a large majority of union members supported striking. He asked everyone in attendance to look to their left and then look to their right and ask themselves if they could live with themselves if they voted against a strike. And one of the people sitting beside them here tonight were the next to be stricken down with drift or to be slabbed in a cave-in. He acknowledged how much everyone had to lose, but said that the workers deserved better than to be murdered in the dark by men who cared nothing for their lives. He insisted that the only way to protect the people of Cooper's Rock was to join together and demand that Strahlenberg do what was right, because everyone knew they wouldn't do it on their own. No notes on this page. There's a famous, there may be multiple, but I believe that there's a famous documentary about a mining town and striking. Does anyone remember what it's called? It's like, it's 2 words. It's the name of the town. Something County. Something County. Does anyone remember what the name of that documentary is? Maybe someone could find it and post it in the chat. I believe it's a mining town, although I'm not sure. It's sort of on the tip of my tongue. Harlan County, I think, maybe. Harlan County? Harlan County, USA, something like that. Can someone look that up for me while we're doing this? And I may be wrong about it being about miners, but I'm pretty sure I've got the title right. Or something similar. Okay, here's our page 3 of the minutes with the... This looks like that might be an email address of some sort, although the end is too long. Chairman asked if there were any further comments. The chairman called an end to the discussion. Ballots were distributed and workers were instructed to cast their votes. Votes were tallied by the vice chairman. The union voted 134 to 19 in favor of a general strike. The chairman stated that having resolved to strike, the union would commence stoppage of operations beginning March 16, 1989. He informed members that a subsequent meeting would be held on March 9th at 6 p.m. to draft a list of the union demands. Business for the evening being concluded, it was moved, seconded, and carried that the meeting be adjourned. Meeting adjourned at 6:27 p.m. Damian Grisham, recording secretary. Harlan County, USA. Harlan County was in Kentucky. Is it a mining documentary, mining town? I know I'm pretty sure it's about them striking, a documentary. I wouldn't mind the year. I wouldn't mind knowing the year of Harlan County. In fact, I guess we should let's bring it up here. Documentary, Harlan County, USA. (1976). Harlan County, USA is a 1976 American documentary film covering the Brookside Strike. A 1973 effort of 180 coal miners and their wives against the Duke Power Company owned Eastover Coal Company's Brookside Mine and Prep Plant in southeast Kentucky. It won the Academy Award for Best Documentary at the 49th Academy Awards, directed by Barbara Koppel. Intended to make a film about miners for democracy and the attempt to unseat Tony Boyle as president of the union when miners went on strike. Okay, well, you've got your homework. I've got my homework for this box is to watch Harlan County, USA, rewatch Harlan County, USA. My memory is it was pretty compelling. All right, so there's our internal memo of the meetings. I think we need to start keeping a little to-do list. One is David's code. And who is E? And the second is the mining company code I'm going to refer to. Clearly two very different codes. All right. So we have the book to finish and we have the website to explore. Why don't we take a look around the Heritage website a little bit? I wouldn't mind if this wasn't so small, this text. Did you know birdwatchers can expect to hear a call very similar to the common barn owl on the outskirts of Cooper's Rock? The call does not come from an owl at all. Okay, while I'm keeping my list of things to do, use contact form about voices in welcome letter 2, right? On our second letter from June, she said she hears a thing and she says, I'm the only one who answers the contact form. If you figure it out, let me know what you hear. You can use the contact form. So that's June Novak. That's another thing we want to not forget to do. Okay, let's see what we can see on this website. Besides answering the quiz, there is more sections of this website. So let's look at this about page. I really wish there was a way to, is there a way? Maybe there is a way. If we were on a desktop, we could certainly increase the font size. But we're on a tablet where everything sucks. If we do it, tilt it, is this any better? No, much worse. Okay, our heritage. If I do it this way, you just can't see it. All right. We're stuck with it. We're stuck with it together. Where's my mouse? The Cooper Heritage Center was founded in 1906 as an archive for the maps journals. I wonder if this is the same information that's in our brochure, because it looks like it is, right? About us, same thing, knowledge, but it is different. It doesn't end there. All right. Guess I don't see any other way than reading this. Cooper Heritage Center was founded in 1906 as an archive for the maps, journals, and other documents that naturalist Sidney Cooper created during his travels through uncharted land in West Virginia, land that would be known as Cooper's Rock. Salvaged from Cooper's possessions by William Flynn, a travel companion of Cooper's during his youth, the Cooper Archive has since become the cornerstone of West Virginia's third largest collection of archival materials. The archive was first housed in the basement of Cooper's Rock Town Hall, was moved into a building all its own since 1963. Since then, the Cooper Heritage Center has grown into the greater role of chronicling and defining moments of Cooper's Rock history. In addition to the housing the collected writings of our town's founder, the museum's collection has expanded since its establishment to contain other local records, artifacts, and samples of the area's unique ecosystem as well, thanks to a generous donation from the Petronia Foundation. That all sounds very familiar. Here's more on their founder. Sidney Cooper was the explorer and naturalist who put Cooper's Rock on the map, literally. Born to a barrel maker and a former schoolteacher in Trenton, New Jersey in 1850, Cooper had a fascination with nature and a longing for travel from a young age. He could often be found poring obsessively over the textbooks and atlases in his mother's small library, while other children played in the cobbled streets outside. After a short period of apprenticing under his father, Cooper left behind the barrel-making lifestyle and took up an apprenticeship with a local surveyor. Soon after the completion of his training, Cooper accepted a private commission from the Strahlenberg Mining Company to scout for natural resources in uncharted territory. At the age of 24, he fell in love with the unnamed land as it was settled by the influx of mining families around him, who inevitably called the area Cooper's Rock after the man who led them to it. It was here that Sidney Cooper spent the rest of his life. The once friendly naturalist became intensely reclusive during this period, refusing contact with even his close friends and companions. Cooper eventually passed away in his mountaintop cabin at the age of 56. With no family to bury him, the town collectively laid him to rest near the Foxfire Caves. The numerous journals and hand-drawn maps he left behind all indicate that Cooper felt a powerful and ineffable draw towards the location, one that bordered on obsession. Ineffable meaning you can't put your finger on the exact reasoning. Cooper's cabin is currently available for touring on Thursdays and Fridays. There's no way to change this font, huh? There's really no way to change this font. Does anyone know how to use mobile devices better? Why is there... If I change away from desktop site, does that make a difference? No. A little bit. I looked at settings. Site settings. Look at all this craziness, but I can't change the font size. What kind of world is this? What are they thinking? Customize? What is this nonsense? This whole world of mobile devices, I swear to God. Accessibility? Automatic font sizing. Font size will match your Android settings. Disable to manage font size here. Yes, please. Font size. Let's try this. Hey, that's a little better, isn't it? Oh my God. But I guess I'm going to have to go back and change it if it gets too big somewhere. Okay, much better. Our town. While Cooper first recorded the town's location in 1873, it was not until 1870. Shame on you in the chat for not figuring that out and letting me know. Okay, it was not until 1875 that the first groups of miners came to settle the town of Cooper's Rock on the payroll of the Strahlenberg Company. While the company came prepared to violently expel any native peoples that may have already been living on the land, the Shawnee tribes indigenous to the region had long since abandoned the area for unknown reasons. Thought to be a combination of foreign airborne diseases preceding the colonists themselves and General Anthony Wayne's crusade against the Shawnee in nearby Ohio territory throughout the late 18th century. Over the next few decades, the coal mining industry in Cooper's Rock hit its stride, becoming the primary source of income for the majority of the town until it began to decline in the 1970s and catastrophically ended in 1989. There's a lot of history in all of these boxes. One of the coolest parts of this Empty Faces series has been the historical feeling of many of these. Okay, so that was the About page. If we click Visit, let's see what we got. Visit us. Wednesday through Sunday. There are the prices. Museum is now wheelchair accessible, both the front and rear entrances. Make sure to check out our gift shop. Replicas of historical artifacts, samples of authentic Cooper's Rock coal. Old CHC merchandise makes perfect gifts for the holiday season. Exhibit. Permanent exhibits. So this is the same stuff that was on the brochure, but a little bit more elaborated, I think. Sidney Cooper and Explorer's Life Explored. While Cooper's notes on the region are the informational cornerstone of the CHC, little focus has been placed on the man himself until recently. A compilation of Cooper's more personal documents paints the portrait of an intelligent but troubled man who entered a sharp state of mental decline in the final years of his life, interspersed with years of journals and drawings expressing Cooper's fascination with the Cooper's Rock area, are more depressed and interspersed is more depressed and frantic private notes that often veer into incomprehensibility, particularly toward the end of his life. This intimate look into the journals of Sidney Cooper reveals the man behind the myth, for better and for worse. Sidney Cooper's cabin, relocated to museum grounds in 1954, is available for tours from 2 to 4 p.m. Okay, so he's gone crazy too. Does everyone in this town get this dementia? I'd like to see some of these journals. Fluorescent flora and freaky fauna, the natural history of Cooper's Rock. The Cooper's Rock area is little known to the American mainstream, but is famous within scientific communities for the unusual biological variations present in much of the region's plant life, weather patterns, and animal life. This exhibit allows visitors the closest possible look at Cooper's Rock. Pull up a microscope and start investigating. Now we have an interactive tour of Foxfire Cave and its paintings. Join one of our licensed tour guides for an adventure into the depths of a natural marvel. The origins and purposes of the ancient illustrations drawn throughout Foxfire Cave are hotly debated to this day, but nobody can disagree on the mysterious beauty of the illustrations themselves or of the pale blue light that illuminates them as it emits naturally from the surrounding rock. No flashlights required. Sturdy shoes are strongly recommended. Then we have a rock and coal lifestyle, a day in the life of a mid-century miner. The cabin home of Randolph Leroy Boggs was donated by his family after his death in 1941 and is currently available for observation in its original condition. Located on the outskirts of the area used for dumping overburden or the sediment removed from the seams during the mining process, the cabin was relocated to the museum's grounds in 1957. Throughout Boggs's home are illustrated descriptions of his life as a miner, single parent, and amateur taxidermist. And here's the new exhibit that we're working on. It all came crashing down, oral histories of the Strahlenberg blast. Roughly 30 years have passed and the mystery remains unsolved. What was the true cause of the mining fiasco that devastated Cooper's Rock in 1889? The only facts that are known for certain about the blast are its after effects on the community. We've gathered first-person accounts of the incident and its aftershocks to paint a clearer picture of an event that has long been mired in rumor, controversy, misinformation, and local folklore. Experience these accounts in our immersive new exhibit that features audio recordings of interviews with survivors, witnesses, and the families of loved ones who didn't make it out of the mine that fateful day. I wonder if we're going to get to hear some of these oral accounts. And there's a picture of miners. Now that is going to be a real picture of real miners. This is what it was like to work in the mines. How'd you like that? While we're sitting here playing YouTube. How would you like to have a life as a miner? Pretty puts things in perspective, huh? Jonathan says it looks like that's a link that we could click on. Let's see what. Let me see. There's a lot more here, but let's see. Is that a link we can click on? Here's our thing, so we can all see it together as I move the mouse. Certainly looks like that's a link. It all came crashing down. Oral histories of the Strahlenberg blast. So is that also here? Not really, no. Oh, okay. All right, let's finish doing this first, and then we'll switch to that. It's a good catch, Jonathan. All right, temporary installations. Let's see if I can get this mouse to do it too. Temporary installations, catching the drift, medical accounts of the chthonic dementia epidemic. The journals of Jonathan Quinine Jimmy Young, who we saw in the minutes there, who spent over 40 years attending to the medical needs of local miners, contains volumes of notes on a regionally specific neurodegenerative condition common to Cooper's Rock known as chthonic dementia, or simply drift among locals, documenting Dr. Young's mission to have the illness recognized by the greater medical community. This temporary installation includes transcripts of the interviews he conducted with those afflicted, the miners' own descriptions of their strange symptoms, and medical illustrations by Dr. Young. Cool, I'd like to see those. The warped mammalian sculptures by locally born artist Sarah Kutawa. Although Sarah Kutawa currently resides with her family in Toronto, the influence of her childhood in Cooper's Rock shines through in much of her artwork. Her LED-illuminated translucent renderings of two-headed deer grazing while simultaneously gazing toward the viewer take deep inspiration from local folklore and Kutawa's own experiences roaming the nearby forests as an imaginative teenager. In addition to the permanent on-view collection, the CHC maintains an archive of over a century's worth of additional documents and images relating to Cooper's Rock and the surrounding area. This catalog is a valuable resource for those researching the regional traditions, genealogy, and industry. Access is granted on a case-by-case basis. Okay. So we've been to the volunteers page. The contact page is just going to be a form to let us contact our person. We don't need that now. Staff. Oh, look at this. Here's staff. Current staff. So we got a welcome letter from Cecilia. We got a welcome letter from Cecilia, and here's June Novak, the person who was hearing voices. And then we've got other people here that we don't know. Okay. All right, let's go back to Jonathan's page. Oh, maybe this is the exhibit. No, the exhibit page had a link to this new exhibit. Let's read this. It all came crashing down. Oral histories of the Strahlenberg blast. Roughly 30 years have passed and the mystery remains unsolved. What was the true cause of the mining fiasco that devastated Cooper's Rock in 1989? The only facts that are known for certain about the blast are its effect on the community. We have gathered first-person accounts of the incident and its aftershocks to paint a clearer picture of an event that has long been mired in rumor, controversy, misinformation, and local folklore. In addition to audio recordings of interviews with survivors, witnesses, and the families of victims, our immersive new exhibit includes images captured by Strahlenberg Company photographer Lloyd Franklin in 1984, which would turn out to be some of the last official images of the Strahlenberg mine taken from before the blast. Okay, so more modern miners. On a little bed that runs on a railroad track into and out of the mine. Waiting on shift change at the Strahlenberg mine. Davy Newton, Winston Dale, Irving Slocum, James Lee Braun, Craig Hackle, Morris Grant standing, and Damian Grisham standing. No David Griffith though. Okay. Here's another picture of miners. End of the day at the main site. Left to right unidentified. Charles Harper, Christopher Kaminsky, David Trent, Hector Burkus. Okay, so we heard about Christopher Kaminsky in the minutes, but what have we got here? Foreman Thomas Eakins surveys the work site. Okay, we heard about him as well. Here's another scene of miners on this little cart here. Strahlenberg workers awaiting the start of shift whistle. Mickey Riley, Mark Harper, Joseph Satorsky, David Tedeschi, and Martin Jones. Here's another picture. Is that just their water they're carrying around? Or their bathroom water? Union men on the way into the Strahlenberg pit. Norman Lawton, Dwayne Simpkins, David Griffith, Patrick McCannis, Dalton Kincaid. Okay, so there's our first look at David Griffith. Third one from the right. Is that our David Griffith right there? Let's just read again. So we've got on the far left, Norman Lawton and Dwayne Simpkins right here. Then we've got unidentified, I guess unidentified and unidentified. And then we've got David Griffith, Patrick McCannis, and Dalton Kincaid. Or are these two unidentified? And this is David Griffith here. And then to the right of him, Patrick McCannis. And then to the right of him, Dalton Kincaid. Oops, Dalton Kincaid. It would be nicer if they clarify that. They've said a couple unidentified people, but not enough. I guess if you can see their face, it's saying there's unidentified. So I think maybe this guy is unidentified and this is our David Griffith. Now I'm not. And then this guy and this guy. Whoops. This guy and this guy are the last two. Not that it matters, but it'd be nice to get a look at the person. I guess maybe we'll get pictures of him later. All right, that's our website. That's us done with our website. All right, so what is left on our to-do list here? The two codes. Contact form we can't do yet, and of course we haven't finished doing this. I'm sure we need to finish doing this in this section. Let's quickly skim through here, make sure there's nothing that jumps out as looking like it would help us with our code. I am curious about these animal tails the most. Okay. Well, so here was the mention of David's code. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine that we're going to be able to decode this yet with such a small sample. I mean, even if we guessed correctly that this is yours, we don't have those letters here. So I'm not sure we have enough to decode this. And you want to take a guess what this is? I'm sorry for taking your blank without asking. I figured you'd understand. You more than anyone know why I have to do this. Well, so I guess we've got a couple theories. One is that he blew it up. So you could imagine this could be like explosive or dynamite. Dynamite. Could it be dynamite? I don't think it can, because we think this is, if we think this is yours, Y-O-U-R-S. Y-O-U-R-S. I guess there is no overlap, so actually this could be dynamite. Dynamite. No duplicates in dynamite. So that matches the fact that there are no duplicates here. Lunchbox. Lunchbox. That works too. No duplicates in lunchbox, but there is an O in lunchbox. That would have to be an O, which doesn't match with our yours here. If I had to guess, I mean, dynamite might get our confirmation that he's actually blown the place up. But clearly we can't solve this without knowing what was taken. And even if we did, there's nothing to use it on. There's no separate code to decrypt. So clearly we don't need to do that now. And a similar problem hits us here. We've got more examples of code, but we have no idea what they'd be writing about. This whole 340 thing is very intriguing. It is interesting that the same word and number here is here. L.O, L.A. Very interesting. I don't think we can solve this yet. It would be nice to keep our eyes open for what this 340 could be in reference to. So it may be that we're ready to take our first quiz, or it may be that we have to read more of these stories that we've put off reading. I think what we should do is look at the quiz. We don't need the Harlan County anymore. We do need the assignment one. Okay. So we're going to start this quiz, and if it's asked us stuff that we don't know, we'll look at the Curiosities books. What were the strike breakers known as? The strike breakers? Well, our first question I don't know the answers to. Do we have a, is it in our lingo? No. All right, let's look at some of these. What were the strike breakers? What was the usual nickname for a new miner? These are not, who was Quinine Jimmy? We know he was the doctor. Okay. Slab. We'll do the ones we know we can do, and the other ones might be in the stories and the songs, probably. Okay, if you were slabbed, we have that somewhere, don't we? I thought we had that in our... Sorry, I thought we had that in our list here. We heard them say slabbed. We heard someone talk about it. All right, I'll just put that in the list of things we're not sure yet. Probably hit with a falling rock. Okay, the rest of these we don't know. What was the term for the spot where mine cars were emptied of their coal? That was the tipple. That's here. What would miners call the layers of soil and rock covering a coal seam? I don't think we know that. If another miner runs out yelling roof fall, what does he mean? That's clearly this, even though I'm not sure we saw that in the thing. Okay, so we've got to read stories, I think, about the mining in order to answer some of these, unless I'm just forgetting it. Let's try the ballads, because the ballads about coal mining feels like it might know this. We did answer the Quinine Jimmy question. He's the mining camp doctor. So we answered a bunch of these. Some of these we didn't answer. I think we might find the answer in some of the ballads about mining. To those who roam by Cooper's Rock, a warning I must share. Hide your soul under key and lock, for wild Tam Lin is there. There's none that pass by Tam Lin's gate who can escape his snare, lest you fall prey to this dread fate. Avoid his shining lair. Tam Lin may be one of the names for this nameless evil spirit. Once Janet wandered the deep wood, seeking shelter from the snow. Blue flames sprang up right where she stood, and seemed a path to show. Fair Janet, though your heart is good, run fast as you can go. Once she saw that unearthly light, Tam Lin's hold was true. Sweet Jane vowed, I will not fight. Whatever you ask, I'll do. Tam Lin turned her to a singing bird and to a leaping deer, and now she must obey his word, whatever she does here. When Janet wandered the deep woods, seeking shelter from the snow, blue flames sprung up where she stood, a fateful path to show. Oh, Janet dear, whose heart was good, if you'd had sense to go. Though Janet's kin sought far and wide for their dear vanished girl, no sign of her could they find, for she had left this world. Now Janet's doomed to walk the land under Tam Lin's thrall. She's cursed to follow his command and hear his every call. So if you roam near Cooper's Rock, beware the lights that glow, and all those who seem to walk by command of one below. Keep your heart under lock and key, or flee as fast as you can go. So Tam Lin is like another name for this evil spirit. This is creepy. This woman got possessed and is under his control. Okay, company's got it out for me. Dead men walking through my town work the mines till they end up face down. Can't stop the sickness once it's taken hold. Blank stares of coalers turning cold. The company's got it out, you see. There's no way now to let it be. No care out there for the workers' plea. The man won't take responsibility. Told the boss we'd had enough, but he just laughed and called the bluff. The line was broke, blood on the ground, and then we heard a booming sound. Smoke and screaming coming from the mouth. Everything had gone due south. Union leader nowhere to be seen. Someone wasn't coming clean. We trusted Griffith to fight what was wrong. Now he and the company are both gone. Now we're sick and unemployed. There's no justice to be enjoyed here. Down in the shadows of the mountain caves rot those scabs in shallow graves. And even deeper down there still, their souls sunk to the darkest heart of the hill. The company's got it out, you see. There's no way now to let it be. No care out there for the workers' plea. The company's got it out, you see. The man won't take responsibility. No care out there for the workers' plea. The company's got it out, you see. Okay, so general term for people who break the strike are scabs. But that's not a choice here. Poor boys, back legs, out-of-towners, and hardbacks. Line was broke, blood on the ground, and then we heard a booming sound. Down in the shadows of the mountain caves rot those scabs in shallow graves. That's the term normally used for strike breakers, or scabs who go to work even though the union has called a strike. But that's not our choice here. Neither have we learned the name for a new miner. Well, maybe. All right, maybe we're gonna learn in some of these other things. So those were the ballads. Guess we're gonna have to read these until we see if any of these hold answers, or I've just overlooked some of these answers, and we'll have to do another pass. Let's read about Annette Conran. Bert Conran's daughter Annette got so sick she couldn't leave her bed for months. These are stories of ghosts and hauntings. So the family put her in one of the back bedrooms so that whatever was plaguing her wouldn't spread to the rest of the family, and the other children were all forbidden to visit their sister. She was shut away so long, the family almost forgot they had another girl. Then one day, Annette appeared at the top of the steps, white as a sheet, and said, "I have to follow her." No one in the family had the first idea what she meant. Annette went out of the house, walking as if she was in a trance, and her parents went after her. Annette led them up the hill and straight to the grave of Bert Conrad's first wife. When they tried to take the girl back to the house, she grew wild and fought so hard she broke her father's arm. Annette's parents locked her in her room to keep her safe, but the next morning the family woke to find she'd gotten out some way. When they went to look for her, they found her lying on the first Mrs. Conrad's grave, cold and dead. Oh, that's creepy. Okay, here's a story called The Dead Mine, or Ghost Tale. When Nolan Brown went down into the pit on the day of the blast, all the other miners who were out there on strike cursed the blacklegs who crossed the picket line. That frightened some of the men, but Nolan said he was so rough, so tough, any curse they could throw at him would bounce right back. When the explosion struck later that day, Nolan got slabbed when the tunnel he was assigned to caved in, and he was hurt bad, pinned down with the bodies of 2 other men. The other men who were down there heard him crying out all night, swearing he would drag each and every one of the men who cursed him straight to hell. By the time the rescue workers reached the place where Nolan was trapped, he was dead. Ever since then, some of those men who were on the picket lines swear they've seen Nolan around town, waiting for the moment he'll take them to the world below. They say the reason the mine had to close was that the souls of all the men who died there were too restless. And if you stand by the entrance to the dead mine at the stroke of midnight and shine a light into the pit, Nolan will appear and take you with him back into the pits of hell. So, we heard that the strike breakers are called backlegs, and if you're slabbed, you were hit with falling rock. So he broke the strike. He didn't obey the strike. He went in and he was killed, and then he cursed the rest of them. All right, so we're still looking for a new miner's nickname. What else? Anything else? The layers of soil and rock covering a coal seam. That's it. What is a new miner known as, and what do you call the layers of rock? Okay. Here's a story about Screaming Jenny. There once was a young girl named Jenny who'd fallen on hard times. Her parents and siblings had all died of influenza that winter, and the bank seized her parents' home. With no kin to take her in, Jenny wandered the woods, certain she would starve if she didn't freeze to death first. At last she took shelter in a cave where she lived as comfortably as could be expected. One night a spark leapt from her little campfire and lit her skirts aflame. Jenny was so cold she didn't notice until the flames touched her skin. By then it was too late. The girl leapt up, ran from the cave in search of help. Before she could reach town, her whole body was ablaze. She burned to death alone with no one to hear her screams. Now poor Jenny's ghost wanders the woods, still searching for help. Sometimes the light of the fire that consumed her can be seen amidst the dark trees, and her screams can be heard for miles around. Here's a story about the telltale lilac bush. There once was an old couple who had lived in the hills outside Cooper's Rock for many years. They were a happy couple, and when the wife disappeared, no one could believe she'd left him after so many years together. The old man swore he didn't know where his wife had gone and spent his days waiting for her return. One day, some neighbors came to look in on the old man and see how he was doing. While they sat talking, a great big lilac bush began tapping its branches against the window. The leaves bent back and beckoned to the visitors, though there was no breeze blowing. The neighbors, convinced this was some kind of sign, dug up the lilac bush and discovered the plant was growing from the palm of the old woman's hand. The old man swore he had no memory of killing his wife, right up until the hour that he was hanged. That's pretty cool. My brother's keeper. Twin brothers worked side by side in the Strahlenberg mine and were the best of friends. When one brother was killed in a roof fall, the other began to behave very strangely. He began parting his hair on the other side and no longer went drinking with his friends after the whistle blew. He stopped speaking altogether and often broke things without meaning to, for he had grown unnaturally strong. The man's friends approached an old healer woman who lived on the outskirts of town. She said she knew what the problem was. He was carrying the spirit of his dead brother within him, and keeping it from moving on to the afterlife. The healer told his friends there was a spell that would force the dead brother's ghost from the living brother's body, but that it was very dangerous. They insisted it would be worth the risk to free the man, so the old woman undertook the spell, but the living brother could not stand being separated from his twin, and he died the moment the spell was done. All right, that's pretty cool. And here's one about the Foxfire Cave. Back in the early days, when old Cooper was first getting the lay of the land, they say he found a cave with no end. He went deeper and deeper, following all its twists and turns, and the whole time he was trailing a white string along behind him so he wouldn't get lost. By the time he ran out of string, he hadn't reached the end of the cave, so he went back and got another length of string and tied it to the end of the first one, but he still couldn't find the cave's end. After he tied on the third length of string and still failed to reach the end of the cave, he gave up. Some say he went mad while he was in those caves and was never the same once he returned. Some strange things did happen out there, according to old Cooper. He found all sorts of beads and strange rocks, and once even found a skeleton of a child. He went back to camp to get help moving the remains out of the cave, but when the party got back to the spot where the skeleton had been, it was gone. Still to this day, a flickering blue light appears in the cave at twilight, which is the spirit of the child who died there. The ghost lures passers-by into the cave, and if you follow long enough, you'll emerge into another world, which is where the dead go when they die. Okay, that is pretty cool and creepy story, and there's the little drawing of the child. Animal Tales. I mean, doesn't seem likely that we're going to hear what the new miner are going to be called. Maybe we've overlooked it. We're only missing one more term, and that is the term for a new miner. I mean, I would guess it would be Danny Softhands. Maybe we have heard about Johnny Newcomb. Maybe we did read that and just gloss over it. Let's just make sure it's not in here. Oh, and we also don't know what is called the soil and rock covering a soul seam, a coal seam. So have we overlooked it, or is it in the story? I suppose we should probably just read the stories we haven't yet read, because we have to read them eventually anyway, and not go spending time scanning through this until we've finished this. I say that as I'm scanning through this. Could be on the website and we've overlooked it. Could be... Seems more likely that the name for the new miners might be mentioned by one of the miners here, but I guess we're gonna have to read the rest of these stories. I just would have thought we would have encountered it by now rather than in the animal stories. If Griffith was friends with the person who wrote that book, should we be looking for some hidden message about what really happened to Griffith in the book? I'd vote for Shine Bolt Jack. A new miner's boots would be shiny. Well, that's a good guess, but surely we don't have to guess at these. All right, let's read. There's only a couple we haven't read. We haven't read about the animal tales, and we haven't read about the strange creatures, and that will finish off this book for us. Let's take our break. We'll come back. We'll read those. Hopefully that will give us enough to answer these questions, and we'll be able to move on past the first box. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we are back. YouTube says 19 concurrent viewers, 15 likes. That makes no sense. Season 3 should have only a couple viewers, and most of you need some cajoling to like the videos. Maybe it's because it's a Friday night. All right, so Jonathan was lamenting the fact that this is a good setup for the kind of case we love, where there's hints of supernatural, but you don't really know if it's supernatural. And Jonathan is just saying, because this is the third game we've played, we are playing them in the order they got released. Because this is the third season we've played, we already know there's supernatural here. But we don't actually know officially that this mine explosion had anything to do with anything supernatural. Now, we are still trying to answer the questions. We still have 2 questions we don't know how to answer. That's why we're reading. We are going to finish this book right now, it seems, in search of the answer to the 2 quiz questions that we don't yet know. If we don't find it here, we'll go back to the drawing board. I do have a question for the group to think about while we are finishing our playthrough here of box 1. It is typical for the first box to take longer with more reading and then go a little bit faster. The question I have for the channel, which I'm totally up for whatever you guys who are watching want to do. We've been playing for 2.5 hours. It's 12:30 a.m. here in Illinois, but we can finish this box and then play the second box. Take us another 2 hours or so. Or we could stop here and play box 2 tomorrow. I have scheduled the next session for tomorrow night, but we could even play it tomorrow during the day if we wanted to do another daytime session. Normally, I wouldn't do that without scheduling it in advance. I think that's probably a better idea in general, but because this is a continuing series, if everyone who's joining me here now wants to meet tomorrow afternoon, we could do that. So give some thought about whether you want to end today's session after we finish box 1 or continue and play box 2. I will let the channel decide. And of course, if no one says anything, then I guess we will. Jonathan also suggested that maybe we should check the beginnings again if we can't find it. We did read these, but so we will go back and reread them if we're still at a loss. Let's read the section here on animal tales. While the South may be the region most strongly associated with animal tales in the United States, Cooper's Rock has a surprisingly rich tradition of folk tales about animals. They're highly specific to the area. They were illustrated by J.M. Landau. We read this actually already. Okay, here we go, but we didn't read these. Journey to the Mountaintop. Once, animals and people shared a common magic and a common tongue, but to keep their power safe from evil, the magic words were all written down and hidden away inside an ancient tree. A young deer, who had heard stories of the old days when men and beasts lived in harmony, went in search of the magic. As she climbed the mountain looking for the old tree, she asked a sparrow to guide her, but the bird couldn't understand her. Next, she asked a squirrel for help, but the squirrel couldn't understand her either. Finally, a wise raven showed her the way to the tree, where she begged for the magic to be returned. The tree told her this was too dangerous, but shared one magic word with her, and afterwards the deer was the wisest creature in the whole forest, for she could understand and speak to all the other animals. So this is a story directly tying into the season we just finished playing, The Mountain, about a sparrow, a squirrel, and a raven, and the tree, and then this tree has told her her true name, and that's why she can understand everything. Pretty cool. Okay, the Lost in the Labyrinth. A rabbit was attacked by a fox. This was a story we heard in the first season. Fled into a deep maze of tunnels within the mountain. She was badly hurt and got lost, so she begged some passing insects to tell her where she was. These were the green cicadas. They told her a riddle. By answering it, she learned she was lying in the roots of the ancient tree of wisdom. She asked the tree how to free herself from suffering, and the tree said that in exchange for the rabbit's name, the tree could take away her fear. The rabbit agreed, and when the tree took her fear away, the rabbit's spirit left her, and she died. That was a very creepy, weird story. Okay, this one feels a little new. A fox once left his family in search of food, leaving his mate behind to look after their kits. By the time the kits were fully grown, the fox had still not returned. One night a fox appeared that resembled the one who had gone away, but he was silent as a shadow and went about as if he were in a dream. He did not recognize his mate or their kits, and would take no food or water either. In time the fox grew weak, and all the creatures of the forest were certain he would die. But the fox did not die, nor age, though his mate and kits grew old and passed away. To this day, the shadow fox still wanders the hollow where his family once lived, though he does not remember them or even his own name. Creepy. Then here's a little picture of that hollowed out fox. Oh, creepy. Okay, let's learn about... So these are creatures told about by specific people. Blue caps. Every Johnny Newcomb is warned when he first goes down into the mine to watch for blue caps. Most of the time you'll hear them at tap, tap, tapping on the walls of a tunnel. Some folks say when you hear that, it's the ghost of a miner who died in the pit, sounding to see if it's safe for the men working there. But the way I heard it, that tapping is a blue cap, all right? Sometimes they'll appear as blue flames that start up out of nowhere in the dark of the pit. They just hang in there for the air. They hang in the air for a while before they go out. If you see one of them like that, it means a collapse is going to happen soon, and you better get out quick. Oh, okay, so Paul Kowalski Sr., a miner, just gave us the answer to what was the nickname for a new miner, Johnny Newcomb. All right, one last question that we have to find the answer to before we continue. What would miners call the layer of soil and rock covering a coal seam? Okay, let's hear about changelings. Eliza Dane had always wanted children. For a long time, she and her husband had no luck. When she finally had a baby, everyone warned her not to leave the child unattended, because if she did, the child could be changed. A changed child, or a changeling, has been touched by an evil spirit and lost its soul. Eliza heeded what everyone told her and was very careful, but one day she left the baby alone for just a few minutes. When she came back, she found a bruise in the shape of a fingerprint on the baby's cheek, which is a sure sign a child has been changed. Eliza's baby continued to grow into a little boy, but he was silent and his eyes were dark, and he did whatever he was told without ever fussing or crying. Eliza's boy lived a long time, but never knew love or happiness a day in his life, all because his mother had turned her back for just a moment. Tying a length of knotted twine around the wrist could have protected poor Eliza's baby, but once the child has been changed, there's nothing that can be done to restore their soul. That's a cool little call out to the first season of Twine Witchcraft. Half Men. Once my husband went out hunting with some friends. It was summer and they shouldn't have gone because it was out of season, but they did anyway. Well, they regretted it soon enough because they came home swearing up and down that they'd run into this group of creatures that looked like people, but had heads like the giant skulls of animals. They said some had deer's heads and others had beaks like birds. These creatures were running around out there in the woods, shrieking like nothing you've ever heard, my brother said. I didn't believe him, but Lonnie Armstrong, who lives over on Blackbird Holler, said he'd seen them too. He said they were half men born in the underworld, and that on the summer solstice they appeared to make a sacrifice to the king of hell. Yikes. Okay, twin stag. We heard about that. My brother also claims to have seen a creature while he was out hunting once. He says there's a great big black deer with 2 heads that roams around the woods outside of town near Foxfire Cave. Lonnie Armstrong was with him too and insists it had 3 heads or maybe even 4. Sounds like what my daddy used to call the twin stag. He said it was black all over with just 2 heads, and the eyes in both of its heads were blind. According to my daddy, when you saw the twin stag, it was the herald of the dark host, which is a sort of hunting party from the underworld. They ride out on moonless nights hunting for mortal souls to take, and anyone who looks one of the dark hosts in the eye is doomed to die. One of the interesting things about this series is you can see real common lineage, common ancestry between this series of Empty Faces and the Blair Witch series. Remember Blair Witch 2 had mines and everything? I really see a connection. I also see a connection here a little bit, feels like, to a game we played. What was the game we played that had a 2-headed deer? Remember that? I can't remember the name of it at the moment. Almost like there's a common world here. White Things. Come to think of it, Jasper Park Curious. Yeah, that was it. Feels like Jasper Park Curious and this world has a little bit of overlap. There was Cave in that one too. Cave and Woods. Almost feels like there's a connection between Jasper Park, Curious Jasper Park, and Empty Faces. Okay, here's the same woman telling another story. Come to think of it, when my brother was a boy, he swore he saw this big old dog-like sort of thing, shaggy and white all over like a sheep. He said it had giant teeth, just too many legs for him to count. According to old Joe, who's seen it all, they're called the White Things. They don't do anybody harm if they can help it. Their cry is supposed to sound like a woman screaming in pain, and you can hear them, Joe says, from a long way off, farther than you should be able to hear a natural voice. My brother didn't say he heard anything, just said he was walking up from the churchyard one day and he saw a big white shaggy figure on the edge of the trees, disappearing into the woods. He was real convincing when we were kids, but then again, my brother always did like a tall tale. Well, that's it. So it feels like this last question, we're going to have to find the answer not in a story. So our last question is, what would miners call the layers of soil and rock covering a coal seam? So it's not here, but it's probably in one of our documents that we've read. That would most likely be here, or perhaps online, but I wonder if we shouldn't just guess at this rather than trying to hunt it down. It's clearly not an important concept for us. Any thoughts? It sounds like that might be something that one might find as a general term, not localized to this mine. I wonder if it isn't in that page we had about the exhibit. So this was the exhibit about here are the other exhibits. Foxfire Cave. It's interesting because this question is mainly just a question about reading. All of this whole quiz is basically just reading, see if what you can remember from reading. I think you just missed it. Says, well, you have to tell me where, because by the time I see your comment, I've scrolled by something quite a while ago. There is such a delay that you have to tell me exactly where it was. It was overburden. The channel says, I think EJ 1221 says, I think you just missed it, overburden. Yeah, but can you this the one with the pics? Okay, you're saying in this section you think I missed it. Okay, let's see. Shift change. Okay, so you're gonna have to be clearer if you're meaning for me to find. Can we double check the hints anyway, see if the game thinks we can decode any of the codes? Yes, we'll do that. But okay, so when you tell me something, you're gonna have to tell me, because by the time I read what you say, a minute may have passed. You've got to be clearer about where it was. But we're stuck here. Now we're not trying to solve this question. We're trying to solve the meta question of when did I scroll past it. Located on the outskirts of the area used for dumping overburden or the sediment removed from the seams during the mining process. Okay, I got it. I got it. Overburden, which is the sediment removed from the seams during the mining process. Okay, so I'm sorry for being snippy. Okay, so what would the miners call the layers of soil and rock covering? Okay, overburden. Okay, so I think we know how to answer the all of the questions now. It is interesting that none of them are puzzles. They're just making sure we've read everything and can find everything. I don't know how I feel about this as a general system, but okay. Let's submit and see what happens. Great job. Testing your knowledge of miners' jargon. Great job. You know Johnny Newcomb. You know miner jargon like the back of your hand. You have no problem chatting with the muck men round the tipple. Click below to access exclusive content from our archives with the password pickaxe. So we're not actually done with box 1, I guess. This is not box 2 yet. This is, okay, can't paste, but we know pick 8xe. No, maybe you want it all lowercase. P-I-C-K-8xe. Oh, here's the audio she was talking about. Okay, let's listen to our audio together. 14 minutes we're going to listen to. This is her interview of this guy. All right. Let's get our notes ready. All right, here we go.
Could you state your name?
Silas Kemp.
Silas. I typically reach out to people on behalf of the museum to ask for their stories. You turn the tables a little by being the one to approach me.
No point in waiting around to be dug up. I'm getting on, but I ain't a fossil quite yet.
Certainly not. You mentioned that you wanted to speak with me about the explosion.
That's right.
I'd like you to describe the experience in your own words. If you'd like to stop at any point, feel free to step out or ask me to turn off my equipment.
Don't think that'll be an issue. I came to you because I'm tired of freezing up at loud noises and looking over my shoulder for the Pinkertons that put me in those tunnels in the first place. I'm not leaving till I get this weight off my chest.
When you say Pinkertons, you're referring to the detective agency?
I'm talking about hired guns. They're the ones that roped me into all of this. I was kicking around 2 towns west of Cooper's Rock when word came round that the company wanted extra hands to get them through the strike. I showed up at the spot I was told about an hour before dawn. A convoy of buses packed me and the other men up and drove us to the mine. When we got off, a row of armed Pinkertons told us to huddle up. They surrounded us on all sides, guns and batons pointed out. They marched us right on through the picket line. Real slow going.
Slow, because you received pushback from the strikers?
Of course we did. Miners don't take kindly to being undermined themselves. The people in the picket line were strong, and they were angry, but they weren't armed. It wasn't a pretty sight.
How did you feel about that, breaking the picket line?
I won't give you any sob story about how I needed a paycheck more than the men who threw down their picks. But back then, I would have. Shoving my way past bleeding men calling me traitor and scab and spitting in my face felt worse than a punch to the gut, and better than sleeping on the street. I'll put it that way. But as it turned out, none of our feelings on the labor issue mattered in the end. The mine went down in flames regardless. I was around 2 miles deep when it did.
That's very far down. Further than the mine went, if my records are correct.
I don't know about any records. All I know is what my own 2 eyes have seen. A company man pulled me and 2 others aside. He looked us up and down and asked if we wanted to make a little extra money. Of course we said yes. He told us all right. We were being assigned to a priority zone. Had us sign a gag order.
They didn't want there to be any records of your experience.
No records, no conversations, no insinuations, no nothing. He took us far down and back, past where all the other men were working. The tunnels got smaller and smaller the further we went. We started having to walk single file. I was hunching forward to keep my head from hitting the roof, and you can see I'm no giant, but the walls got wide again all at once when we reached a sign that said Cairo. Standing in front of that sign was an armed guard. Real mean-looking son of a gun. Only let us go further when the company man said some long string of numbers, ended in him saying 16 twice. That's my unlucky number to this day. He also said something else, a word that sounded like leaf or leave. Well, doesn't matter because we certainly didn't leave. He did, and we got to work.
Could you describe the miners' working conditions in the time leading up to the explosion?
Certainly better than Durham, but not by much. Strahlenberg might as well have shut us into a powder keg. No ventilation, unmonitored gas pockets, everything coated in coal dust as far as the eye could see. The unholy trinity of underground safety.
All serving to amplify the severity of the initial blast.
Whatever firepower Griffith had wasn't anything to sneeze at. Shook the earth for a mile around. But it was the shaking that kicked up the coal dust into the air, cracked open the pockets of fire damp all around us. The coal and gas carried the blast down every tunnel. Fire came rushing through mine shafts like blood down dry veins and took down the shaft support beams. Once there's no support beam taking the pressure of the walls and the ceiling, there's nothing between you and upwards of 15 tons of slate pushing in on all sides, fire coming up at your back. The roar of combustion and crash of falling stone is more than enough to drown out most of the screaming.
You mentioned David Griffith. You're convinced the blast was his responsibility?
I saw Griffith down there.
That was the
I
weird
was loading a car when he
sound she
came
heard.
down the tunnel. I knew his face from the papers, figured he'd come to talk us into the picket line. A long streak of blood was running down one side of his face, probably from a run-in with security, but he didn't look like he noticed it. He didn't even notice us. Looked through me, straight down the mine shaft. Just squeezed right by. Part of me wanted to follow him, but the look in his eyes held me back. I stared at the shadows he disappeared into for a long time, and then I heard the blast and felt the ground jerk under my feet.
What was it like for you in that moment?
I knew what was happening the second I felt it. Miner's intuition. The three of us in that shaft took off towards the entrance all at once. But even if we'd worked those tunnels for years and not hours, the smoke made it so that there was no way we could have told where we were. A man screamed right behind me, but I didn't even slow down for a heartbeat to see what happened to him. Support beams collapsed row by row. I just kept pushing forward, stumbled down the tunnel we'd come from until a fork appeared in the path. I went down one, and the man that was still by me went down the other. His way was the right one, but it didn't make a difference in the end. None of the men I went into Cairo with made it out alive. The roof fell behind me, and the light from the fire I'd been racing was gone, just like that. In front of me was an untapped rock face, same to the sides, the bottom, top, and back. I was trapped in a dead-end tunnel over 1.5 miles from the entrance. It was just long enough for me to lay down in and tall enough for me to stand up in. Maybe 3 feet wide, more or less the dimension of a grave. The fire couldn't get into it, but I couldn't get out. I'd set myself up for a much slower exit. Alone under the mountain. No food, no water, no light, not much air. It was a question of starvation versus suffocation.
I'm so sorry.
I went half crazed in that hole. For the first few minutes, I was happy to be safe in the eye of the storm while the collapse tore through everything outside. But as time went on and on down there, the sounds of fire and falling rock faded out and reality set in. The silence was almost worse than the dark. Almost. I started talking and singing just to fill the void, at least until my throat closed up from the thirst. Once that happened, I started to feel the walls were pressing in on me. I started clawing at rock with my bare fingers like a panicked animal. Here, look at my hands. You can still see the scars I managed to give myself. I lost track of time after that. Lost track of myself. I couldn't tell you when I was awake and when I was asleep. Thought I heard voices whispering nonsense all around me. Felt the press of a hand on my shoulder from behind. I didn't even shake it off. I was too weak. The thought crossed my mind a few times that I had been crushed and burnt with the rest of them, that this was my punishment for breaking the picket line, rotting under the mountain forever. I thought about my body turning to bone, the bones turning to stone that would build up the mountain around me. When I heard the sound of voices on the other side of the rocks, I didn't think for a second they were real. I almost ignored them, but I didn't. I used the rest of my strength to call out for their attention. Came out more of a groan, but it did the trick.
One of the rescue teams managed to find you.
That they did. Took 'em 5 days all in all.
What was the trip back to the surface like?
Can't recall for the most part, but I do remember smiling real wide when I felt the sun hit my face as they carted me through the entrance. I looked damn near demonic in the news reports, all caked in grime and grinning ear to ear on the stretcher. And I remember thinking, the only time I'll ever be going underground again is when I'm laid to my final rest, so help me God. Now, I've broken some vows in my day, but that's one I've damn well kept. Won't even go into my own basement to this day, and my whole family knows it. I woke up in the hospital a few days later. The same company man from earlier was already sitting next to me when I opened my eyes. He gave me a package with a change of clothes and the money I'd been promised, plus a little extra for my troubles. He made a point to remind me of the paper I'd signed and left without another word.
So right now you're finally breaching that contract.
Suppose I am. Better watch my back. The defunct death trap just might try to sue me.
Why do you think the coal mine was so insistent on your confidentiality?
Probably because it wasn't coal they had me digging up.
What?
You heard me. Don't know what it was, but I can tell you for certain what it wasn't. Never seen any coal shine like that.
Mr. Kemp, I've spoken to dozens of former Strahlenberg employees, and none of them have ever mentioned deposits of anything besides coal in the mines.
Believe me or don't, that's your choice. All I know is they told me I'd be paid a little extra to dig and load those rocks, and paid a whole lot extra not to talk about it.
Okay, well, that's pretty creepy. So we heard voices, those deep, staticky voices, 3 times. We were told by our person doing these interviews, June Novak, that we should keep an ear open. She said she didn't hear him at the time, but when she's listening back, she hears she can't quite make it out. She wants us to email her if we can make it out. So we heard it 3 times. I've recorded the timestamps. Did anyone make out what it was? We could try to listen to it again. I have a feeling that we'd have to listen to it a lot to be able to figure out what it actually says. I noted, in addition to the voices, he said he wasn't digging coal, but then there's 2 other things he says that seem significant. They take them to some special area with a guard, and they say a whole bunch of numbers. Like maybe it's the secret code to get in, including 16 twice. Then you hear someone say leaf or leave. And then there's something I didn't quite understand. Like he said the word silo here early, and then he said the word Cairo. I wonder, like, is that the same thing? And did I drift off when he was saying that? So I think maybe I'm going to go back a little bit and try to catch this early comment about where they took him. So let me see if I can go back to...
Records of your experience.
No records, no conversations, no insinuations, no nothing. He took us far down and back, past where all the other men were working. The tunnels got smaller and smaller the further
So
we
going
went.
to some
We started having a
unofficial
walk,
deep
single
area.
File. I was hunching forward to keep my head from hitting the roof.
They're not mining coal. They're in some secret area.
But the walls got wide again all at once when we reached a sign that said Cairo. Standing in front of that sign.
So it's not silo. They find they go to a secret area called Cairo. Okay. There is a secret area called Cairo. And then what do they see when they get there?
Armed guard.
Armed guard.
Real mean-looking son of a gun. Only let us go further when the company man said some long string of numbers. Ended in him saying 16 twice. That's my unlucky number to this day. He also said something else, a word that sounded like leaf or leave. Well, doesn't matter because we certainly didn't leave. He did, and we got to work.
Could you describe the miners?
Okay, so there's a strike, but the company needs to keep digging in this secret area codenamed Cairo that's protected by an armed guard. We don't know what they're digging out there, but they're not digging out coal. They're digging out some of this sparkly, effervescent, glowing blue stuff. And then we hear voices at 6:16, 10:56, and 14:10. All right, let's listen to those again. But then we'll jump to the solutions to hear what someone figured out, they say.
Working conditions
So
in the time leading up to the explosion.
616 is our, let's see if we can have a longer thing here. 616 is our first voice.
You mentioned David Griffith.
Roar of combustion and crash of falling stone is more than enough to drown out most of the screaming.
You mentioned David Griffith.
I can't tell what
You're
it says.
convinced the blast was his responsibility?
Okay. And then 10 something was our next one.
When I was awake and when I was asleep. Thought I heard voices whispering nonsense all around me. Felt the press of a hand on my shoulder from behind. I didn't even shake it off. I was too weak. The thought crossed my mind a few times that I had been crushed and burned with the rest of them.
And then once more in the 14.
In the mines.
Believe me or don't, that's your choice. All I know is they told me I'd be paid a little extra to dig and load those rocks, and paid a whole lot extra not to talk about it.
I heard something like blot out the sun. Blot out the sun. Okay, but I think we got as much. I mean, you could figure it out if you kept listening to that over and over again. I think you would be able to hear it, or if you brought it into an audio program. But we don't need to do that. All right, so, but she wants us to contact her when we figure out what it says. So we don't really know, but we are now at the end of this box. There is no more content for us. This is the only other thing we've gotten access to. We should contact her. We should provide our email. She might get back to us, she says. I'm guessing she won't. But we don't know what it said. What we are going to do, though, is we're going to jump to the episode recaps for this and see if we missed anything. Anna has joined us. Okay, the Mine episode 1. We know the password for this. It is CPRS9288. CPRS9288. Maybe I'll read it from the screen. Am I doing something? How about if I don't put it in caps, even though it is in caps here? Yes. 9288. Yep. It's caps, but it doesn't want caps. And it just tells you it's an error if you try to put in caps. All right. So here are the hints. Everything is large font now because I changed the font now, but that's okay for now. Okay, meeting minutes hint. 2 coded messages. Researching the phrase Correctronic 340 that appears next to it may give you a clue as to the method for this cipher. Researching the phrase Correctronic 340. So we notice that phrase. I suppose, in all fairness, we should have noted that this word is not encrypted the way these are. Like, this is an actual term. It's just since I've never heard this and have trouble reading what this text is in cursive, we never even thought to do it. But it is suggesting that we should go on the internet and search for Corectronic 340. Is that a thing? Vintage Brother Corectronic word processing. Look at this. Here is a Corectronic 340. Huh. So if we assume that someone wrote this code with this typewriter, and if it's got multiple fonts, is it possible? Can we get a close-up of the keys? Is there any... There's not an alternate letter on these keys. It's a QWERTY keyboard. You could imagine that you swapped out the font head of the keyboard. I mean, of the thing, so that every time you type in A, you get a different letter. Maybe it has, I wonder if it has its own encryption ability. That would be interesting. Corectronic. I think it's called Corectronic because it has like a little spell checker in it. I don't see anything. Look at that word spell. I don't think I see anything that would suggest how it could be used for a code, though. Okay, so actually searching for that didn't help us. But what if we type like code cipher? Anything about the 340 code cipher sent by the Zodiac Killer? What doesn't say? 340 character cipher. That seems like a coincidence. Corectronic. The Corectronic 340 code likely refers to the PO340OBD2 code in a camshaft position sensor circuit malfunctioning. What the? No, it doesn't likely represent that. Boy, that's weird. Okay, that AI is not helpful to us. So in the same sense, like, that is weird. That's a hint for us. May give you a clue as the method. Not really. Not really. So here's something that's weird. Usually it's hints followed by solutions. Hint followed by reveals, but here's a reveal. I see there's a type of cipher called a keyboard shift, where you are shifting from one key on the keyboard to an adjacent key. That's interesting. So you're basically saying it has nothing to do with the Correctronic 340 per se. It's more a mention that we are dealing with a typewriter, more specifically a QWERTY typewriter, and then we should expect it to shift based on the typewriter. Jonathan called it a keyboard shift cipher. Keyboard shift cipher uses the physical layout of a QWERTY keyboard to encrypt messages, placing letters with adjacent keys. So let's decode it. Let's find this tool automatically. The keyboard layout of the Correctronic was a QWERTY keyboard, QWERTY, top letters, and here's our shift. So you could imagine many different ways to shift, but let's just try the simplest, shift by 1. The Correctronic 340, I mean, you could imagine it's a shift of 3, a shift of 4, a shift of 0, but let's not worry about that. Let's just try to do the most obvious thing. So it's a little hard to read this text, but let's try to do a little. It looks like CUXG or Q. That's a Q, I guess. G would go the other way. Then it looks like OFNGJKY. We're just trying to do enough letters here that we know when it works. Let's call this SAY. Okay, let's assume that I've transcribed that properly. Keyboard layout, we know it's QWERTY. Selected shift, we're going to tell it to do automatic detection. Surely it's only going to go 1 key. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that has done absolutely nothing. Did it work? Did it fail? Is it broken? It's done nothing. Let's try a right shift. So it's not even doing it. That's really annoying. Is it up here? This is the solution. If we say you shift left, just make sure it changes. XYZP if I decrypt. Okay. So those don't look like they work, but we know it's QWERTY, but let's say automatic and automatic. Then what do we get? Anything that looks right here? Assuming that I've got some typos, it wouldn't be surprising if some of it was wrong, but I don't see any of them that look mostly right. Now, what do you think? Look at this cent and dollar sign for a second. Cent and dollar sign. That feels like it's a clue, doesn't it? But what is that clue? So we tried to get it to shift. let's look at a keyboard and look at the $ and the cent key. So the $ here is on the number 4. So I wonder if that's telling us it's a shift of 4. But where is the cent? Where is the cent key? Do we see that somewhere? Let's take a look. There's the cent. It looks like a 6. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 6 shift because of that cent symbol. However, this is trying to automatically guess it. So shouldn't we should be looking for a, okay, this is all sorts of possibilities, but let's say we don't know if it's shifting left or right, but we think we do know it's a, there is no 6. There's no 6 in this online one. That was kind of annoying. I guess we could try. But Jonathan thinks maybe it's not even doing this. Maybe it's just a Caesar cipher, but the $ tells us the number of the shift. That's an interesting idea. It's kind of hard to shift stages for a second. Okay, so I think the cent is a 6, which makes it much harder for us to use this tool. But if we use the $, it's a 4. So let's try, we're going to try the Caesar cipher thing in a second. But it would be nice to just finish doing this. But the $ is a 4. I'm gonna go and change this code to use the 4 one. And I'm gonna say this is LZWYBZ. And this looks like GSZIJ, no, JM. I don't like that the script is so hard to read too, but okay, let's just try with this word. I'm going to say this is a 4 shift, but we don't know the rest. Let's just take a look here. Okay, nothing comes to mind. All right, so let's do Jonathan's alternate theory that it's not a keyboard cipher, but it's a Caesar cipher, but the cent and $ is giving us a 6 and a 4. So I think that's an interesting idea. Okay, so if we go to a Caesar cipher shift and we type in this again, now we have to do this thing again, CUXGOF, which I'm not even sure that's the text, but now we think this would be a shift of 6. Decrypt. -6. We think the cent is negative. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, but this is where we've agreed we're gonna stop experimenting. It's just too cumbersome. we're going to go to the hints. All right, so the Correctronic 340 was a brand of typewriter used in 19. Each of the numeric keys on the keyboard corresponds to a different symbol. Identifying the numbers that correspond to the symbols with the coded message will help you. Okay, so we did figure that out. We figured it was a 6 and a 4 were the numbers. 6 associated with the cents, 4 with the dollar sign. Now, on the keyboard, the asterisk symbol is 8, the cent is a 6, the dollar sign is 4. We did that. Each of these numbers indicates how many places a cipher text should be shifted to reveal the plain text. So the phrase that's preceded with the asterisk should be shifted 8. Okay, so that was up. It's talking about this one here. Well, we tried that. We tried using this here on a shift of 6, which you would think it's suggesting should have given us the answer. But it's possible we're just not doing this part right because this text is so hard to read. Is it OT? Like there's so many typos that could be in this. NG, is this an I? Is this a J, K, Y, S, A, Y, Z? And then we don't know what direction. I don't know why this says brute force. But do any of these look right? I see here. Hades must. So that looks like, why are there so many, I don't understand what the, why is it have so many brute force? Well, I haven't told it to brute, I see, this is what I should be clicking if I just want the one that I say. So here's the decrypt of the one I say. I guess it's going backwards and forwards. So here it's Hades must, but there's spelling errors here because of how hard it is to read this script text. Seems like CUXQ, maybe, but actually like this whole word is wrong, and so is this. This is probably a T. What did we say? This was probably a Q. Work in Hades must. Okay, there we go. All right, so now that we've basically, Jonathan has figured it out, let us go and read the answers so we don't have to go through the whole thing manually. Okay, we figured that out. Here's the shift. All right, when you decode those messages, the one here, the one to here, they reveal the message delivered by DG. Distribute regarding strike action. Work in Hades must continue despite strike. Seek outside labor. Ensure confidentiality. Schedule JY exit interview. JY is our doctor, right? Didn't we say JY is the doctor? Yes. JY is Jonathan Young. Delivered by DG. Distribute regarding. So I think actually that delivered by DG, that's significant. Why? Because I think they're telling us who their insider is. I think it's saying that Damien here the recording secretary is an insider. He's a double agent. He's pretending to be a union member, but he's actually feeding the corporation the information. And then schedule JY exit interview. I don't know what that's about. Okay, and then we've got information about the profile. Let's see what hint we have here. The document contains a message written in an unknown alphabet. You may want to return to this later in the season when you have more information. That's what we concluded. We concluded we don't have enough to work on this. Okay. And then we have the curator quiz, which is just going to be things where we can find the answers, but we've already figured out the answer to all these. And then here's the audio. The interview with Silas provides some important information about how security how it handles security within the mind. His account provides details about the security system that may become relevant later. Paying attention to how the areas of the mind are referred to. So we heard about Cairo, right? Okay, so this is just telling us to pay attention to that. And this is going to give us, hopefully, the voice, what the voice was saying. Uses a 3-part authorization system to gain access. A zone name, which we heard was Cairo, where these people were, a password, and an authorization code. Silas's account provides partial information about each of these. Yeah, remember he said leaf or leaves. And then he gave us 1616 twice. So we heard the zone Cairo, the password was something about leaves or leaves, and a whole string of numbers, including the number 16. So this is just recap, giving us a clarifying about what we already did figure out. Now, Cairo, 1616, and leaf or leave. Determining the relationship between these elements will help you infer. That's interesting. Maybe from some story. Leaf, leaves, 1616, and Cairo. I don't remember hearing anything about Cairo or Egypt. It kind of sounds like it's suggesting that we might be able to figure that out, though. I don't feel like we can. I don't feel like we can figure that out. So let's just click and see what it has to say. Here's the reveal. The zone and passwords are shifts of one another, with the numbers of the authorization code indicating how many spaces of each letter of the zone is shifted. So Cairo, C-A-I-R-O, C-A-I-R-O becomes L-E-A-V-E, L-E-A-V-E. Okay, so this is terrible decision for a puzzle. But basically it's saying that the zone we heard is Cairo, so we had the full 5 letters of the zone, and from that we should be able to get 5 letters for a password, and then the authorization should be 5 numbers, which tell us how to shift these to turn into these. And it's saying that the 2 16s are for this, so we should be able to figure out these two by shifting R16 and then O16. And then we'll be able to figure out that this is the letter A. So the question is, what's the number to shift an I into an A? What's the number to shift an A into an E? And what's the number to shift a C into an L? So we should be able to fill this whole thing out completely. So going from this, if you knew this, we absolutely can figure out these 5 numbers and these 5 letters. But how you would guess this is insane. But we don't have to guess it, we're told it. So the question is, how much do you have to shift a C to an L? D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. So that looks like a 9. Let's check the 16 first, though. So O becomes L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E. So the O turns into an E, so that's going to be leave, L-E-A-V-E, L-E-A-V-E. And so the first number of the authorization code should be 9, and then to turn an A into an E, you just go B, C, D, E, so that should be a 4. Of course, these could be off by 1. So 9, 4, and then the I has to turn into an A, which cycles around. I'm not going to count it by hand. So I think we can get these all, but let's read what this is. Okay, so there's our 9, 4, and then, oh, but it looks like it turned L-E blank H, turned into an H. I guess we could have run that to find that an R turns into H. Okay, paying attention to the references elsewhere may tip you off. So you can use all those numbers to get L-E blank H-E. And then the question is, what you need to figure out what this letter would be based on context in order to solve the last piece of this. Do we know? Paying attention to some of the references elsewhere may tip you off to the correct word. So this is actually a little interesting little challenge. What is that third letter? L-E. We thought it said, he said he sounded like leaf or leave. What word have we heard that goes in there? Have we heard that word? I don't remember it. Maybe the channel remembers it. I'm just going to click to get the answer. L-E-T-H-E. Does anyone remember where we saw L-E-T-H-E? I don't. So Cairo, L-E-T-H-E, 9, 4, 11, 16, 16, 9, 4, 11, 16, 16. It looks like, though, you could play this game and not have figured this out yet, right? But you'll have to figure it out eventually. Leave means milk. Left sounds milk. I don't know how that helps us. Surely it's saying that we should have heard that from someone. Someone should have told us L-E-T-H-E. Jonathan says, the internet says it's a river in the underworld. Maybe it's very possible that in one of these stories, we read about L-E-T-H-E, a river in the underworld. It's very possible that one of these stories mentions the river Leave, but I don't remember seeing it. All right, well, we have finished box 1. That was a little backlight. Surely we don't need this yet. This might come in handy. Okay, so we've read the solutions. The codes, it seems like half of them we were right, you couldn't do them yet. The other one was a bit convoluted. The password was certainly convoluted. Let's make sure we save this. The password to the cave. We figured out who was the mole. And we figured out what... Did this tell us what the voices were? And this doesn't have an entry for the voices. But surely we want to know what the voices are. And it says that river, Leave, is the one spirits must drink from to forget their lives before they can be born again. That sounds like what the howling is all about. Okay, so nothing here, though, about what the voices were, which we wanted. But we have the third-party site. Let's see if... No. Empty faces. Okay, let's check out the mine and recap episode 1. Let's see if someone has figured out what the voices say. So this is a third-party site. They're pointing out Grace is the person from season 1 of the Woods. The minutes, keyboard, $, brochure, tote bag. We do not know how to digital contents. Okay. Now. What's this? Match the miners. Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay, so it's telling us about this. At 3 points of the interview, the voice of what I will refer to from here on out as the divine can be heard, but it is indecipherable. So this third-party site did not figure out what it said. I feel like you could figure it out. I'm gonna just go and tell this woman that there is a voice 3 different times. I think it said... Oh boy, it doesn't want me to be a type more than that. So I don't know what it said, but we're just going to write her something. Feels like it's not important. Okay, I thought I heard blot out the sun. Jonathan heard the mountain will fall and blot out the sun. Okay, let's give it that. I like that. Whether it's right or wrong, it feels reasonable. Mountain will fall and blot out the sun. Okay, let's just submit that. Oh, look, it's got a fake little inbox and sent message. Okay, that's good. I like that. That's how it should be. Let's see if she replies. So, oh, mailbox here. All right, no reply. Okay, that's all right. Maybe it'll come in later. All right, so we've been playing 4 hours. That took us a little bit longer than expected to finish the first box. a very different vibe. I have to give, like, I like that each box has a different vibe. The first box was like, we care about the girl, we want to help her. The second box was creepy cult. This box is sort of like history. It doesn't have much emotional valence yet, but it is interesting history. All right, what does the chat think now? Now you've got a final decision to make. How much energy do you have? I could play a second box, but I could skip a second box. Jonathan, Anna, Harry, what does everyone think? You want to go for box 2? If we have internet outage, then we'll continue tomorrow. Jonathan says, I'm up for part 2 if others want to. Well, Jonathan is my voice of reason and of conscience. So if Jonathan says he's up for it, I'm inclined to continue here. Especially with our tight schedule. It feels like if we have an opportunity, and I have at least one person who's ready to be in this with me. All right, so we're going to play box 2. We're going to take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back. We'll open box 2. I'll see you then. It's 2 a.m. here, Saturday, December 13th. We've just finished playing Box 1 of the 3rd season of Empty Faces, and we are about to begin playing through Box 2 of 5. Jonathan says this is his favorite first box of the series, which I definitely wouldn't have predicted. I asked Jonathan why. He says, I like the intrigue about the mine explosion and what they were secretly digging up. there. Probably has the most traditional setup. Also found the story of the miner trapped in the cave starting to hallucinate. Or maybe not. Pretty compelling. Perry says, let's find out what's in Cairo. I find this interesting. I guess I would rank them. I would probably put this at the bottom. I was pretty. I felt very personally involved with the first series, The Woods, where we were called to help this woman, this girl, and in the second series, I was so intrigued to find out what this cult was doing. The mine feels very historical, but it's not pulling me into it in terms of caring as much, although I am really like the idea that we might find the origins of these creatures and what they're digging out. All right, episode 2 of The Mine, here we go. We've got Elaine's content, which is going to make it possible for someone to play this game after us. We are playing it early enough that we don't need Elaine's printouts, but whoever plays it after me will. Okay. What have we got? Whoa. It's like a rock. It's magnetic. And here is a charm bracelet with a lantern and a bird cage. How cool is that? Can you see that? It's a charm bracelet with a lantern and a bird cage. Canary is what they would bring into the mines. If the canary dies, you know, you got some gas leak or something. Can you see there's a little canary there in that bird cage? Okay. And then this rock, this sparkly rock is actually a magnet. Shaped in a weird shape too, right? Okay, put those to the side. We've got a postcard, greetings from Cooper's Rock. Miner circa early 1980s, courtesy of the Cooper Center. So this is the photo we remember from the website. We think this is David Griffith or this, but I think it's this one is going to be David Griffith, the guy who rushed in and then got killed. Presumably, maybe he blew up the place. Okay, and here's a photograph. This looks like a hologram. Is this a real person? Like little gemstones. Reminds me of the Museum of Natural History gem room. Nothing written on the back. All right. Oh my God, another full book? Selected Writings of Sidney Cooper. Another full book. Look at the production they did in this game. I mean, it's just shocking. Look at this beautiful bound book that came in this game. We read about how Sidney Cooper was sort of, he's the founder of this town and how he went a little crazy, right? And so they said that we're going to see him. They said his writings showed him to be a little crazy. Here he was, early exploration. He founded the town. And then I guess this is his diary. Oh, that's so cool. Can't wait to read his diary. All right, let's see what else we got. Here's our welcome letter. Maybe we'll start there and pause. Now, here's June Novak writing to us and Cecilia. All right, so again, we have two letters, one from the person who runs the Heritage Center and one from the person who runs the curator program. Here's the director of the center. Hello, apprentice curator. Hope you enjoyed completing your first assignment. With your help, we can bring the Cooper Heritage Center up to date while continuing to honor the culture and natural history of Cooper's Rock. This month, our apprentice curators will explore the impact of the Strahlenberg Mining Company on our town. After years of collecting stories from the heart of Cooper's Rock, the indelible mark the company has left on the lives of our townspeople is clear. From their decision to sponsor Sidney Cooper's landmark expedition in 1873 to closing the company doors for good. In addition to discovering rich coal deposits for future mining, Sidney Cooper also fell in love with the wild land. Cooper's Naturalist Journal includes personal experiences in a code only he knew the key to, which has remained unsolved by local historians. We've included an edited edition of his journals in this month's package that document his ever-growing passion for Cooper's Rock wildlife and its mysteries. In 1875, once the land was settled, our town began to grow in earnest. One of the CHC's greatest undertakings was to preserve these foundations of our heritage, including the housing and community buildings funded by the Strahlenberg Mining Company. It all came crashing down. Oral Histories of the Strahlenberg Blast explores both the roots of the disaster that shook our town and the impact of its tragedy 3 decades later. We've included examples of these artifacts in your package today. The influence of the Strahlenberg Mining Company can be seen down to the last detail, from internal health and safety memos to the glimpses into family life that their employees' obituaries provide. For your next assignment, we will be rewarding apprentice curators who successfully test their naturalist knowledge with a look into the Strahlenberg mine itself. Please visit assignment 2, log in using your email and that password. Once again, thank you for joining the ranks. For visitors who wish to explore these conserved cabins or other historic structures, please refer to the included map. All unoccupied buildings are available for touring. Just ask the aide at the front desk of your next visit. Okay, and now here is June Novak, our curator, our immediate supervisor. Hi again. A lot has happened since the last time I wrote you. Things are escalating here, not just at the CHC. The other day, my neighbor walked right out in front of my car like he didn't even see me. When he turned to look at me, I swear there was nothing behind his eyes at all, like he wasn't even there. I don't think I'm the only one who's noticed something is going on either. The local paper's been reporting all kinds of strange stuff. I slipped copies of a couple relevant articles into your apprentice curator packet so you can see for yourself. But that's not even the worst of it. Almost every night this week, as I'm on my way out, I've seen a man standing in front of the display case for the Strahlenberg lodestone, who is definitely not the night watchman. I thought he was a burglar at first, then I realized I was looking right through him. I should have known something was off right away. Every time I see him, the whole room smells the way it does after a big rainstorm. Very sharp and clean. Seeing him there is unsettling, but not frightening exactly. He's usually so focused on the display case, he hardly even notices me. I even walked right up and took a picture of him on my phone, and all he did was turn and look at me. I know the lodestone is a unique example of local geology. Not sure why he's so interested in it. Whatever the reason, I don't like the idea of this spectral figure creeping around, trying to steal it from my museum. I figured I should keep the lodestone somewhere safe which is why I'm sending it to you. I realize this isn't exactly above board, but I know I can trust you to keep it safe until we have a better idea of what's going on. Overall, it doesn't seem like this figure, whoever he is, means me any harm, but you can't be too safe. There was another incident that really did freak me out. I was working late again when everything fell off my desk. And I don't just mean a couple of things tipped over. Everything practically jumped onto the floor, like someone swept it off with their arm. The only thing left on my desk was this postcard. Was this postcard? It's nothing special, really. You can buy copies of it at the gift shop, just like any other souvenir. It's certainly not worth almost breaking my laptop over. But all the same, I'd rather not hang on to it. Maybe you could take a look, see if you can find any reason why this supernatural entity would want me to see it. I've been thinking a lot about how to refer to this thing. Is it some geology-obsessed ghost, a poltergeist, something else? I can't come up with any way of talking about it that doesn't sound completely absurd. But it is really happening. I'm starting to think there's some kind of connection to the Strahlenberg blast. The lodestone was discovered in the mine after the blast. And the postcard is a picture of miners from the late 80s. Maybe I'm just too deep into the research for the new exhibit, but I'm even starting to think that the figure in the picture looks a little bit like David Griffith. Yeah, that's David Griffith. We know from the website. But she's saying maybe this looks like David Griffith. Figure in the picture looks a little bit like David Griffith, or an older version of him anyway, which is odd for a ghost, I admit, but don't you sort of see the resemblance? If it is Griffith, what is he doing here? Why not the mine or the Strahlenberg offices? I feel like if I could speak with one of his loved ones or a colleague who worked closely with him, they might be able to shed some light on what his ghost wants. Unfortunately, thanks to the passage of time, most of the people who knew him well are dead too. If you think of anyone who might be worth talking to, let me know where I can track them down. Use the comment form again. It seemed to work pretty well last time. Did it? Please be careful. Stay on the lookout. Okay, so let's make a note what she wants. This time she wants us to tell her June Novak, box 2. She wants us to tell her who might be worth talking to and where to track them down. Who to talk to about David and where to find them. Well, we know that David's message in box 1 said, I'm sorry I had to take your thing. So E. So if we could figure out who E is and where E is, and we think E might be the writer of that booklet, then that would be what we would send her. And it's looking like the spirit of David Griffith is still alive and he wants this. Why, we don't know. She says, please be careful, stay on the lookout. And she sent us some stuff. Okay, so if we look at what else we have here, We have a newspaper clipping. We have an advert for this new oral history, a map of the town, and a petition for treatment of this minor disease with lots of people's names. I guess it's an old document because there's David Griffith and where he lives. So remember it said who would you talk to and where to find them. So I wonder if this is how we're going to do it. We're going to pick a person that we're going to learn knew him and where to find them. So he says E, right? Let's just look for E's. We've got Carol Eakins, who's come up before. Edward here. And Earl Hughes. So probably it's one of these E's. I'm guessing Carol Eakins because I remember her name. Okay, map and newspaper clippings from the past. The lives of the 11 people who were killed. Interesting. I wonder if one of these are people we care about. There's Damien Grisham. Damien Grisham was the mole, remember? That worked for the Union, but really worked for the mining company. There's David Griffin. And these are other people that we think either worked for the mining company or were people paid by the mining company to dig up this non-coal stuff. So we'll want to read these obituaries in a bit. Pretty cool. And what's this? More code. This one says 1959 Galaxy, which is probably going to be another typewriter. And look, this quote symbol, that's the shift number, right? Because it's not a double quoted thing. This is our Caesar shift number, which we could probably guess even without this, but okay. And what are we looking at here? A confidential memo to Otto Bergman, chairman of the board of directors at the mining company, from the doctor, Jonathan Young. February 13, 1989. And our previous... I'm trying to remember when the union minutes were when they decided to call a strike. This is the doctor's report about this dementia disease. And this code is the mining company's notes on this. All right, where should we start this time? Maybe we'll start here this time, yeah? February 13, 1989. Dear sir, I'm writing once again from the doctor. I'm writing once again to bring to your attention a dire problem affecting the health and well-being of your workers. In the 42 years I've been employed by the Strahlenberg Company, I've never seen a medical condition so thoroughly devastate this community. While cave-ins, pneumococcal pneumocanosis, and carbon monoxide poisoning present serious and persistent concerns. The cluster of symptoms I've identified as the condition chthonic dementia is more pernicious, ultimately has the potential to be more dangerous than any isolated accident or injury. I can only assume that when we have discussed this matter in the past, I was not able to fully impress upon you the severity of this issue. I hope that the information will convey the full import of this problem as it stands today, and that it will be sufficient to convince you of the urgent need for action. Jonathan says the union meeting was March 5th, 1989. So this is February 13th. So this is a month before or so, 3 weeks before. Background. Since I joined Strahlenberg as a junior camp physician in 1946, there have always been cases of miners suffering from disorientation, nausea, and other assorted illnesses. Why am I making a weird... I still have a little bit of congestion. Okay. There have always been cases of nausea, etc., other assorted illnesses as a result of exposure to conditions within the mine. These are most commonly associated with carbon monoxide poisoning, and symptoms are consistent with that diagnosis. However, in the 1970s, it became apparent to me that many of the workers I was treating were experiencing symptoms that were in fact highly atypical for carbon monoxide poisoning. After closer examination of both my current patients and the camp infirmary's records, I come to a conclusion which the miners themselves had already reached long ago. These patients were suffering from a consistent malady with consistent symptoms, what they themselves refer to as drift. More importantly, it became clear to me that the incidence of this complaint was on the rise. Since 1960 or 1980, since 1980, I have been tracking cases of chthonic dementia in order to better determine how to treat miners affected by this condition and, if possible, prevent it. Symptoms. The presentation of chthonic dementia varies widely. In fact, the irregularity of symptoms has been one of the prevailing difficulties in determining a unified diagnosis in all these cases. However, commonalities between cases are clear. All patients suffer from some manner of memory loss paired with a variety of additional neurological and physiological complaints. Most patients present with 2 or more symptoms in each of the following categories, though mild or early stage cases may present with only 1 symptom in each category. So we've got memory loss, amnesia, lacunar amnesia, I don't know what it is, retrograde amnesia. This is, you forgot the past, short-term memory loss. So anterograde amnesia would be if you can't remember new stuff. Retrograde is you can't remember older stuff. Disordered language or communication, logia, anomia, aphasia, dysgraphia, echolalia, paragrammaticism, semantic paraphasia, and schizophasia. Okay, so aphasia is when you can't name, hopefully people can clear this up. I believe aphasia is when you can't put names on people. Dysgraphia is going to be a writing disorder. Echolalia is clearly something with hearing. Probably you can't recognize what you hear. Anomia and alogia are, I should know anomia. One of these is being able to name, no, aphasia is recognize the names of things. I should know alogia and anomia. It feels like alogia is similar. I think anomia might be if you can't remember the names of things. Oh, when you try to think of them, one is if you can't name them when you see them. Alogia sounds like speaking something, like maybe you can't speak the name. We'll look it up. Neurological complaints, focal dystonia, paralysis, syncope, tremors, photophobia, that's fear of light or something, or psychological disturbance, anxiety, derealization, disorientation, hallucination, and pica. It's a very interesting list of things. Kind of shocking how many of them I don't know. Amnesia, never heard of that. Delayed sleep phase, hypnagogic nightmares, insomnia, somnambulism. That would be like sleepwalking, I guess. Other physiological complaints, blurred vision, bruxism. I think that's something with, I think that might be grinding your teeth. Elevated heart rate, headache, and nausea. Wow, lots of interesting things. It would be nice to just scan this in ChatGPT and have it tell us what all these. Okay, but there are a couple of them that I should know the answer to, alogia and anomia, and some I'm just curious about, but I'll wait and check in the chat if anyone wants to look any of these up. Not important for our case, really, just interesting. Okay, transmission. Because the condition has not spread to the community at large, it appears to be limited to those working in the mine. It is unlikely that it can be transmitted by contact. Food and water are also unlikely vectors for transmission, as are animals. Transmission of the disease is most likely airborne, appears to have a limited distribution. You only get it if you work in the mine. Causes. The causes of this condition are unclear. It is my belief that it is the result of airborne toxins or some other environmental contamination associated with certain proximity work zones, particularly that known as Hades by employees. The possibility of a viral or fungal infection appears unlikely, can't be ruled out conclusively. Whatever the source, all signs indicate that extended exposure to high-risk areas within the mine are strongly correlated with incidence of chthonic dementia. Prognosis. Patients' symptoms typically escalate over time as a result of prolonged exposure to high-risk areas. Results of untreated chthonic dementia include total dementia, coma, and death. Those who have been minimally exposed and experience only mild symptoms, which is 43% of cases, appear to benefit from bed rest and time away from high-risk areas. Of those, a considerable number, 68%, have made complete or near complete recovery. Even in cases where a complete recovery has not been possible, a significant abatement of symptoms did occur when the patient was removed from regular work in high-risk areas. Alogia means there doesn't seem to be much actual thought behind what you're saying. You're just speaking nonsense. Alogia, you're just speaking nonsense. I think what it is, it's not that you're speaking nonsense like you're schizophrenic and you're saying there's ghosts trying to get me. It's that your words don't make sense. You might even not even be making words. You might be think you're speaking in English, but you're just speaking nonsense syllables, almost like a baby babbling. I think that makes sense. Okay, so if you can get yourself out of the mine, you can recover mostly. Those who have been more severely exposed, the remaining 57% of cases, often show little change as a result of the same care, and the majority do not. So if you come down with this very seriously, then they remove you from the mine, it's too late for you. So those don't recover. Small number do show moderate improvement, though very few make even a near complete recovery. Of those with severe symptoms who did not improve, results were total dementia, coma, and death. 50% total dementia, then 34-24. These outcomes suggest that A, chthonic dementia is a preventable condition that can be remedied if caught early and treated properly, and that B, the high incidence of fatal outcomes is at least partially the result of a failure to diagnose and treat this condition. If we can accurately identify patients who are suffering from these symptoms early on, prevent them from being placed in conditions that will cause their symptoms to worsen, there's no reason even one more person should die from drift. Scope. According to the miners I've spoken to, some versions of this condition may have been reported as far back as anyone can remember. Many of them claim to have grandfathers and uncles who experienced similar symptoms, or to know old-timers who had grown a bit eccentric after too much time spent underground. However, almost without fail, they agreed such cases have been increasing in frequency with severity over the past 15 to 20 years. So far this year, I've personally treated 67 new patients presenting with symptoms I've identified as chthonic dementia. The number of patients presenting such symptoms has tripled over the past decade. So 1989, 67 cases, the peak. And then if you go back in time, looks like in 1980, 22 cases. Recommendations: immediate cessation of digging in all priority work zones, establishment of care facilities for those affected, financial resources to support the long-term care of these individuals, financial resources for further medical study of this condition. And then we've got two codes. We should find the 1959 Galaxy typewriter, look at what number digit this is, and that's our decoding here. And same thing here. So let's put this on our to-do list so we don't forget. Decode the typewriter memos. Anomia is a more specific type of aphasia. Aphasia sort of represents in general having trouble both comprehending and formulating language. Anomia is unable to be able to retrieve the words you want to say from your mind. I see. Yes, that's right. Aphasia is you show someone a picture, they can't name it, I think. And anomia is you have some concept and you can't think of the right word to say, something like that. Aphasia, there's multiple kinds of aphasias. Or maybe agnosia is the one where you can't, I can't remember, it's been so long. Okay. Someone will give us a link in the comments later. All right, let's move along here. Okay, so here's an advert for this new exhibition. It all came crashing down. We've got an address for the Heritage Center. Explore the untold history of our town. Here, new interviews with survivors about the explosion in March of 1989. Donors and contributors: Dandridge Brown, Katawa, the artist, E. Free, we don't know who that is, E. Golding, Graves, Lewis, and Harmon. All right, here is our map. Too bad, I always like to have a nice big fancy map. This is a very low-tech map here. 140 years later on, Cooper's Rock Historic Structures. Historic structures. Okay, here's a mill. Star means still occupied. So someone is still at the mill. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Okay, the Harris Mill is still occupied. Then we've got this river, which says Cooper's. Can you read that? I can't read it because of the camera. Cooper's Run. Okay, Blackbird Holler and the Blackbird Cabin. Someone's still there. Here's the Foxfire Cave. Town Center, Cooper's Rock Post Office, Cooper's Cabin. Boggs Cabin, we don't know what that is. Cooper Heritage Center, okay, that's where this whole place is that's doing the research. Then we have Muckcross Woods. Then we have the Cabin Crypt. No one's living there except a ghost, I guess. And then here is the Strahlenberg Mine. Pretty cool. Now this says this is river. I guess that's Cooper's Run is the river. Okay. Here's Main Street. Anything else jump out that I haven't focused on? Look at that ghost cabin. Cabin Crypt. All right, and here is the people who have signed the petition for treatment of chthonic dementia. We, the undersigned citizens of Cooper's Rock, support the rights of workers, the recognition of potentially fatal conditions, laboring under unregulated environments, current medical classification of chthonic dementia, known as the drift. The company categorizes it as malingering and thus allots no provision for treatment. Therefore, as of February 23rd, 1989, so a couple weeks before the mine explosion and strike, the petitioners are demanding that the board of directors reclassify chthonic dementia as potentially fatal. Further, we demand the board create a standard monetary provision for the life-saving treatment. Then we've got a whole bunch of people who have signed it, including David Griffith. There's a sample of his handwriting and signature, as well as various other people. So we have their addresses and a sample of their handwriting. And then we have obituaries for the people who died in the explosion. Dolan Lee Brown, born March 13, 1944, died on Monday in the Strahlenberg blast. He was known for his love of hunting, his 2 decades of tireless work in the mine. Every day, Nolan visited the administrative office where his daughter, Warren Harmon, worked on his way to the mine. His wife, Julie, said Nolan always made time for a cup of joe with Warren and said she had to discourage her daughter from giving her father a pastry every morning. Nolan Brown has been interred at St. Barbara's Cemetery and is survived by his wife and his son-in-law, Corey Harmon. Okay, his body was recovered. And here's the daughter, Lauren Harmon. Lauren Jean Brown Harmon was known for a quick smile and cheerful laugh around the office for the Strahlenberg mine. Lauren, born June 2nd, 1967, was raised a coal miner's daughter, became a coal miner's wife, and eventually worked in the mining industry herself. After her marriage in 1985 to Corey Harmon, she began work as an administrative secretary for the Strahlenberg Mining Company. She was injured at the time of the blast while taking names and attendance of the day's workers. Lauren passed the following morning at Mercy Hospital while in the care of her husband, Corey, and her mother, Julie Brown. Here's another movie recommendation for you. If you want a classic movie, you could go see Coal Miner's Daughter. Very famous actress in Coal Miner's Daughter. Who was that actress who was in Coal Miner's Daughter? I think she was just in a new movie. Who was the actress in Coal Miner's Daughter? Maybe I'm remembering her wrong. I mean, is a famous actress that was in Coal Miner's Daughter. Coal Miner's Daughter is an old movie. Coal Miner's Daughter movie. Yeah. So Sissy Spacek was in the movie Coal Miner's Daughter, playing Loretta Lynn, who was a famous singer. And Sissy Spacek I was just watching a movie with Sissy Spacek with Jennifer Lawrence. She plays the mother of Jennifer Lawrence, a very weird movie about Jennifer Lawrence, a mother who's sort of losing her mind. And I guess there's a song, Coal Miner's Daughter by Loretta Lynn. I didn't remember that Loretta Lynn. It's not a movie about a mine. It's a movie about Loretta Lynn. Country singer. That's worth watching too. Sissy Spacek, of course, famous for also her role in Stephen King's Carrie. Not Carrie. Yeah, Carrie. Okay, back to our game. Jonathan, what does Jonathan say? Was Norman Brown the one who they had wound up writing a haunting legend about? Where is our book about the legends? So Jonathan is right. Nolan Brown is the guy who broke the strike, who they said you'd be cursed if you go down there, and you scabbed the picket line. He didn't care. He went down. He got killed. I don't believe they ever found his body. And he's said to have cursed people. But actually, they did find his body, according to this. I guess they found his body, but he was already dead. That's what it said. Okay. And the son-in-law is Corey Harmon. His son-in-law is Corey Harmon, and then we hear more about Lauren Harmon and her husband. Okay, then David Griffith, he's our guy at the center of this. David James Griffith, born to Owen and Alice Griffith, born on January 3rd, 1964, is presumed dead following the Strahlenberg mine collapse. David was a prominent, outspoken member of the community who was well respected and admired by many peers. His body was not recovered during rescue excavation efforts that were completed this Friday. In lieu of flowers, Ellen Free has asked donations be made to the Marshall's Medical Fund. Okay, what jumps out at you there? Something important, right? The E name, exactly. I mean, this person, who I don't know that we've encountered their name before, Ellen, E-L-I-N, Free, is an E name that was obviously close to David Griffith, if she's the one saying that, asking for donations. But we don't know who that is in relation to him, but that seems like very likely to be our E person. And here's Damian Grisham, the mole for the mining company. Damian Anthony Grisham died on Monday after sustaining injuries in the Strahlenberg collapse. Born April 29, 1957, Damian worked as an underground electrician for the Strahlenberg Mining Company. He is survived by his only sister, Jessica Grisham, who resides in Morgantown. Then we have Jeffrey Gordon. Jeffrey Wayne Gordon, confirmed as one of the victims of the Strahlenberg mine blast on Monday. Born January 5, 1928, Jeffrey was an avid outdoorsman just 4 weeks from retirement. He's survived by his wife, Jackie Green, his son, Charles Gordon, and Timothy Gordon, and his grandchildren, Sammy, Jennifer, and Timothy Jr. Anthony Michael Hayes, was found dead in the collapsed Strahlenberg mine during the rescue excavation Friday. Born October 19, 1950, Anthony was a proud miner and father who dedicated his life to supporting his family. He's survived by his wife, Marlene, née Cardington, who said that one of her husband's proudest moments was the day he brought their son, Joseph Hayes, to his first day of work 2 years ago. Joint service for Anthony and Joseph Hayes will be held at the Old River Presbyterian Church this Monday. Yikes, his son died too. And here's his son, Joseph Hayes. Joseph Scott Hayes was found dead in the collapsed Strahlenberg mine during the rescue excavation Friday. Born December 31, 1969, so he's 20 years old. Joseph was a popular sportsman in high school, was planning to marry his longtime girlfriend, Catherine Granger. Following in his father Anthony's footsteps, Joseph began working in the mine shortly after high school graduation. A joint service for Anthony and Joseph Hayes will be held at the Old River Presbyterian Church this Monday. Paul Michael Marshall, died this Monday from injuries sustained during the Strahlenberg mine's blast. Born May 4, 1954, Paul was an hourly contractor for mines throughout West Virginia who had recently picked up regular work in Cooper's Rock. Paul came to the area to support his older brother, Thomas Marshall, who had left his position at the Strahlenberg mine 2 years prior due to onset chthonic dementia. The Marshall family is holding a memorial service at noon this Saturday at Fairview Baptist Church. In lieu of flowers, the family is requesting donations for their medical fund. 3 more. Here's Louis Parker. Louis Allen Parker, born to Geraldo and Mary Parker, November 10, 1950, passed in the early morning hours of Thursday. He's survived by his wife, Linda née Rossi, and daughter, Geraldine Parker. Louis and his wife were preparing to have family visit for Easter in less than a week. Linda says that the timing works painfully well. They're all coming just in time. Louis is said to have loved family above all and would appreciate the fact that the large Parker family will be gathering together to celebrate his life. For anyone interested in joining the Parkers in celebrating Louis, they will be gathering at Sacred Heart Catholic Church following the Easter Sunday service. Sad. Robert Allen Wheeling passed away peacefully in Mercy Hospital on Thursday morning after sustaining injuries while conducting rescue efforts in the Strahlenberg mine. Known as a gentle giant, Robert was born on July 13, 1954, lived a quiet life with his mother, Florence Barron Wheeling, who passed earlier this year. Robert was interred next to his mother on Friday at St. Barbara's Cemetery. So this guy, Robert, he didn't die in the original mine explosion. He died trying to rescue people. Boy, the effort that these people went into writing these very believable world-building stuff is really impressive. Mark Edward Woolbright, born to John and Carol Woolbright on May 22, 1935, died at the scene of the Strahlenberg blast on Monday, March 20th, 1989. Beloved grandfather and local musician, Mark was known for his fondness of playing his fiddle at family and community events and was usually one of the last to leave a party. He's survived by his wife, Margaret Peg Woolbright, and daughters Carolina Channing and Meredith Crown. The Woolbright family is welcoming guests to their memorial service at the Sacred Heart Catholic Church, followed by interment at St. Barbara's Cemetery on Tuesday. Just impressed by how well all of these are written. Okay, those are our obituaries. Let's see if Ellen Free signed this. I can't remember if we looked for her. I mean, we didn't look for her. but I can't remember if we came across and skipped her name, but I don't see it. I think this is the first time we've heard Ellen Free. All right, what's this? So on the back, no solution in sight for power grid malfunctions. This is a funeral home by Nomi Lee Sutherland. Residents of Blackbird Holler, which is on our map. Blackbird Holler, right? Right there, Blackbird Holler. Residents of Blackbird Holler continue to experience sporadic blackouts, power surges, and other electrical malfunctions after 4 weeks of failed attempts to locate the source of the issues. A representative of Mayor Lynch's office insisted that steps are being taken to resolve the matter, but declined to describe any specifics regarding these actions. Meanwhile, frustration mounts in the community. I kept hearing static in my house all last week, Blackbird Holler resident Erica Ulrich complained, even after I unplugged everything. And just last night, I was lying in bed when I felt something in the air sort of shift, Ulrich continued. I saw a blue light shining from under my door for an instant, but it vanished. Currents of electricity are the same as flowing water. Ulrich's neighbor, Ellen Free, said when asked about the disturbances. Both may nourish, neither can be tamed. The slow dark flood pools at our waists. Miss Free did not elaborate when asked to clarify her statement. So remember, the cult is full of people that worship electricity and energy and lightning, and the witches were afraid of lightning. And here we have electrical interference. I wonder if this means that I really wonder if Blackbird Holler isn't like under the mine where they were farming this stuff, or maybe just the Foxfire Cave is. But more importantly, here is Ellen Free, and in present day, no doubt, no less. So she lives at Blackbird Holler. We now know the location of Ellen Free. Blackbird Holler, Ulrich's neighbor. So remember, our woman, June, was asking us who would know about David Griffith and where can we find them. Seems to me like we've got a good answer right here. Ellen Free, who can currently be found at Blackbird Holler. Jonathan says maybe we should check Elaine's printouts to see if Elaine ever got the email response that we didn't seem to get. It's not a bad idea. Why don't we first actually send June this information so she has time to reply. I'm going to do that right now. Let's go to the inbox, which we haven't gotten a reply on our first email, but let's send her. Maybe she emailed. No, it's weird that it wants email, but it seems to have its own thing. Okay, so we're going to say Erin Free at Blackbird Holler. She wanted to know who to contact for information about David Griffith, and we're going to tell her Erin Free at Blackbird Holler. Almost like it didn't send, but it did send because we can see it right here. Nothing in our inbox. All right, we'll worry about that. We'll worry about not getting a reply later. Let's keep going. So this page actually didn't seem like it was going to be the page that was relevant. It felt like this is the article it was really trying to send us to. Prez Fuller takes potshot into neighbor's living room, claims self-defense against a monster. By Graham Sutherland. Preston Prez Fuller has been charged with trespassing, reckless conduct, and destruction of private property for firing his rifle into neighbor Stephen Renault's home in what Fuller claims was an attempt to save Renault from a many-legged monster. While no injuries were sustained, Renault's windows were shattered and his television set was destroyed. Renault plans to sue Fuller for the cost of repairs and for emotional distress, according to sources close to him. Fuller, who has previously been arrested for causing a public disturbance and inciting panic, insisted he was attempting to shoot a creature that appeared in Renault's yard but missed, hitting Renault's home instead. 6 legs on this one. No, 8. 8, Fuller claimed, like a spider. But the body of a wolf and was covered in hair as white as bleached moonlight. Okay, so we know what creatures those are, right? The hairy, multi-legged white things are the strange creatures known as the white things that we think are fairly harmless. Fuller was on his porch when he saw the creature lurking underneath Renault's window. According to a statement obtained by police, he crept onto Renault's property, took multiple shots at the alleged monster from less than 20 feet away. Fuller said the creature he saw was too fast to hit. I'm going to have an 8-legged monster, 8-legged monster skin rug in front of my fireplace one of these days. You mark my words. A representative from Cooper's Rock Sheriff's Department said no animal tracks, monstrous or otherwise, were found at the scene. The representative went on to emphasize the importance of gun safety and proper firing protocol and voiced frustration with Fuller's chaotic track record. Okay. So we have now finished with our items other than decoding this. So let's go and decode. Well, we know how to decode it. At least I can read the writing here a lot better. There's still the journal. Yes, there's still the journal. Other than the journal, though, we have been through everything. Let's do this, though. I don't really want to reload that. I want to go to the Caesar shift, and we need to go to the typewriter website. So Galaxy 1959. Let's see if it knows this one on this website. No, it doesn't matter. We'll just search for it. It's a typewriter database. Okay. 1959 Galaxy typewriter. Okay, there we have Smith Corona Galaxy, and we need a clear enough picture of the keys. Put this in better. Okay, we need a picture of the keys. What is this? Is all eBay? Here we go. Okay, so we need a double quote. We need a double quote, and we need a single quote. So the double quote and single quote. Okay, where's our double quote? Our double quote is a 2, and our single quote It's not, it's actually interesting. On another keyboard, you would use the single quote down here in the lower right, but it's actually got a separate little apostrophe for the 8, or I don't know what you would call that. I guess the apostrophe is lower down above the comma, and it's the single quote, or it's not an accent, it's a, I forget what it's called. It's got an interesting name, maybe starts with an A. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Its number is an 8. So that's all we care about. So now we can go to the decode and we can type in our double quote here. FQ, PQR, FKU, VTK, GWVG, TGAQPF. Okay, and we said this was a 2 shift. What is going on with this? Boy, this is annoying. Okay, doesn't. Come on, guys. Why is the world like this? Why is the world like this? What is this craziness? Click on the shape indicated by the arrows. What's happening? Dear God. Do not distribute beyond this office is this message. God, that's so ridiculous. Okay, let's do this one now. God, we're living in crazy world is where we're living. Okay, let's decode this one. VW A B W X X I O N RBR. What is that? Okay, and this one was an 8 shift. Okay, so look at, what does this mean? Does this mean every single letter I typed in here was the wrong letter because it's so hard to read? So ridiculous to know the key. And did I just type it in wrong? Maybe I did type it in wrong. GCOUT. Ugh. All right. Just relax, Jesse. Just relax. We don't have to do this. We're just going to go to the solution. I just don't, it's a shocking. It's like a shock to my system that these things that should be trivial so often go so wrong. It makes me think, I've got to change my whole life because it's clearly not working. The fact that I can't type in a phrase to decode it makes me feel like my whole life has to be reevaluated. That's like the most simplest thing that should work. It doesn't. What does that say about the rest of my life? MNER 2590. What, do you want capitalized this time? Now it wants caps. Maybe I had the caps lock on last time. Maybe that was the problem. Okay, so the mining company memo, that's about the typewriter, telling us the encryption keys. Okay. Do not distribute beyond this office, and then no stoppage. LVL negotiations will continue. LVL negotiations will continue. LVL. So in our first box, what was the union? Strahlenberg Miners Union. Who's LVL? What's LVL? Any thoughts? What LVL negotiations will continue? LVL negotiations will continue. Okay, then it says miners postcard hint 1 and 2. I think the hints are just going to tell us that we could compare it to. I'm just going to circle this LVL because we don't really know what LVL is unless I've forgotten something. I wonder. Okay, so we've gotten a reply from June. Let's see what she says about Aaron Free. I'm not sure about that. Could you try rephrasing your question or ask something else? It's not a question, June. You asked us to tell you who to talk to. Well, maybe it's not Aaron Free. I wish she would just say that instead of telling us we should rephrase our question. That doesn't make any sense, June. It did occur to me, however, that we should try to find. So we saw this postcard. We saw this postcard and we recognize it from the website. And it has occurred to me that instead of just assuming that it's the same image, I mean, it's clearly from that image. I was just thinking we shouldn't jump to the conclusion that it's exactly the same. I think it is exactly the same, but it would be interesting if there was a change in the photograph in some way that we didn't notice. But this guy looks the same. This guy looks the same. This guy is still here and looks the same. This guy is still here and looks the same. This guy we think is David Griffith is here and the same. This guy is the same. This guy is the same. So I think it was just another opportunity for us to see that photo. Okay, and maybe we jumped the gun with Aaron Free just because it seems so tempting. Maybe you can use the black light on that. That's a great idea. Didn't even consider that. Let's look at our black light on everything, I suppose. Okay, that's a very good idea, Jonathan, especially since this guy looks like he's in black light. I mean, he's shining a bit when I put the black light on him. These certainly seem to light up. Anything on the back of this photo? No. But, oh, are we going to see a message on this? Oh! Whoa, look at that, Jonathan. Clear as day. I've never seen the black light light up so clearly. What about on the back? Anything here? Whoa, look at that. That's a big long message. Let me just scan through this quickly and see if there's any secret writing here. Doesn't look like it. I suppose it wouldn't have been a bad idea to use the black light on this as well. I'm not sure why there would be any black light writing in here. Don't see any. Okay, wow, look at that. That's enough text that we might be able to decode this at this point. Just, well, we only have a couple letters. Unless we can guess at what that other word was. But that might be enough, actually. If we're right, if we were right that this is yours, that's 5 letters. It's probably not quite enough to decode a message, but if we could just make a little progress here and get this, that would be another 8 unique letters. That probably would be enough to do this. Looks like we do have a singleton and maybe another singleton. So one of those is I, one of those is A. That should be enough to solve it. Unfortunately, a little painful. Let me just see if this is going to be dynamite. If this is an A or an I, and this is an A or an I, is that consistent with this word being dynamite? D-I-O-N. A would be this. Not quite, no. M-I. What about the other way around? This, if we think this is yours, this shouldn't match up with any of these. I guess it doesn't. Okay. Well, normally we would try to decode this cipher for fun, but I'm not sure that's going to be all that feasible with the black light, although I could get a good screen grab of it. Let's at least do that. In fact, we'll do it. Oops. We'll do it this way. We're going to archive this. Let's do it. Let's get everyone a nice good. Can I? Oh, I see. It's messing with the vacuums. Trying to get a nice view of it all in one shot. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. If we wanted to work on that, I could even save a screenshot of it. Okay. We'll worry about that later. I'm inclined to not try to decode that, even though that's the kind of encryption I like decoding. It's just with the blacklight, it might be a little more trouble than it's worth. And no blacklight on this, right? Okay. All right, we need to take a break. And when we come back, maybe we'll walk through this diary before decoding that message, or just looking up the decoding of the message. I wouldn't mind working on this decoding if we had a printout to write on. I just don't want to have to hold the black light and try to make out these symbols, which are sort of hand-drawn. Doesn't matter. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. 10, 10 concurrent viewers left. I did follow Jonathan's advice, took a photo of the screenshot and printed it out. It does make it quite a bit easier, but still, I wouldn't call this easier to... If I knew Photoshop a little bit better or had a little bit more time, I could isolate these symbols from the background and print it out on white paper. If I had white paper, we could make notes on it. I just think it's going to be particularly hard for us to make notes on this. Given that, I think it's probably not worth the effort to try to decode it, although I do enjoy those puzzles. Hey, here's an idea for you. You know, there are a whole bunch of little puzzle books and daily puzzles that use a system. Most of them are like little logic puzzles, like Clues by Sam is a popular one. You could imagine a whole series of book or a daily web puzzles that are all have a random substitution cipher using images or letters, and then enough clues to make it likely that you could figure it out. Like a puzzle could be like, this is a letter the daughter is writing home to her father about her first day at college. And then maybe, and you know, here's the college she goes to, and here's her name, here's her father's name. Those clues would be enough to figure out how to decode it, but let's worry about that later. For now, let us read this. I think this box is going to be over within this hour because it's basically just this and the code, and I think we'll just read the solution to the code. We'll see. Anyway, these are writings by the founder of the town who went a bit crazy and worked for the mine. Okay, introduction, part 1, part 2, part 3, and works cited. Sidney Cooper was just 23 when he accepted a commission from the Strahlenberg Mining Company to map a parcel of land. Where's my... Oops. To map a parcel of land they'd claimed in a remote part of West Virginia, though his assignment was to survey the land and assess its viability for mining. What Cooper discovered in that terrain would sustain his interest in natural history for the rest of his life. He spent the next 30 years exploring the rare and unusual specimens he discovered in that Appalachian wilderness, though the land he loved took a grave toll on his health and ultimately his sanity. Despite Cooper's tragic end, his diaries provided a rare glimpse into the area's unique geology and plant and animal life, which can serve as a vital resource to historians and botanists alike. It's my hope that these selections from Cooper's writings, paired with facsimile copies of his original journals, will help bring greater attention to this man's unusual life, as well as the ecology of the region that bears his name. This book would not have been possible without the Cooper Heritage Center, which maintains a remarkably complete collection of Cooper's papers. The results of this project will also be featured in a permanent exhibit at the Cooper's Heritage Center, Sidney Cooper, An Explorer's Life Explored, opening next fall. Jonathan says, I think I see what went wrong with email. Look back in the stream. The woman's name was Ellen Free, and we emailed Erin Free. Thank you for that. Let's go back and say to this woman, we made a mistake. So we're going to say, we're going to make a new... You can't send a new message here. You got to close the mailbox and send it here. Okay, that's fine. Ellen Free. What's going on? What's happening? ELINFREE at what's happening here? Okay, let's reload the page. How about now? Ellen Black. I want to make sure we spell everything precisely right. Blackbird, one word, power. And we don't think any of this part matters. And if she emails me back and says, I don't understand your question, we're going to call her on the phone. Oh, well, looks like we got a response immediately. No, that was the response to the previous. Ah, here we go. Wow, I can't believe you put that together from just the documents that were in your apprentice curator packet. Good work, Jonathan. I looked it up. There is an Ellen Free listed as a resident at 64 Mullen Road, which is the address for David Griffith's old family home, Blackbird Cabin. But I spent a lot of time out that way doing interviews for the new exhibit, and nobody ever came to the door when I stopped there. I always assumed it was abandoned, though obviously I was wrong. I wonder who she is. I don't recognize her name right off the top of my head, and Cooper's Rock is not a big town. I mean, everyone pretty much knows everyone around here. She must really keep to herself. Then again, I've only lived here a few years. Nobody considers me a local, so they're not always the most forthcoming. Good thing I can count on you for help. Whoever this Ellen Free person is, seems like she must have been close to the Griffith family if she was making David's funeral arrangements. I had no idea there was anyone still around who knew David Griffith that well. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised her name didn't come up in my research, but people are tight-lipped when it comes to Griffith. He's a divisive figure in town, and people tend to get a little, tense when he comes up in conversation. Anyway, I'll go out to Blackbird Hollow as soon as I can. Hopefully she'll talk to me. Maybe then we can get to the bottom of this thing, because, let me tell you, I'm getting sick of all these disturbances at the CHC. Something made my coffee cup fly off my desk this morning, which is not only disturbing, but also really inconvenient. Oh, and our maintenance guy told me he found a dead screech owl on the museum grounds the other day, which, isn't that odd in itself. But the thing that creeped me out was that he said it was twice the size of a regular owl and black all over, even its eyes. Talk about bad omens. Thank you so much for your help, and, well, look out for yourself. Okay, so that worked out well. Good work, Jonathan. Now, here we go. Diaries provide a rare glimpse into the area's unique geology. The book would not have been possible without the Cooper Heritage Center. It'll be in an exhibit, An Explorer's Life Explored. J.M. Newberry. Okay, so here is our guy, Sidney Cooper, back in the 1800s. Part 1, Early Exploration. Here we have a figure. Sidney Cooper, drawing of an oak leaf, 15 April 1873, from his journal. Previous page is a photograph of him. Okay, he's drawn an oak leaf. He said how old it is, called of an auspicious something. Maybe we should do these in sequence. These are his diary. 3 April 1873. Arrived in Morgantown. We're quite comfortably settled at the hotel here, which has near all the modern conveniences of our lodgings in Baltimore. I can't begrudge myself a few days' comfort before I go into the wilderness. Preparations can begin in earnest once I've secured the services of a guide. One has been recommended to me, a man called Isaiah Silverheel, who is by trade a trapper and is said to know this territory better than anyone. A trapper. That's what that old photograph of the two men on horses looked to me like. They were trappers, fur trappers, animal trappers. 7 April 1873, arrangements with Isaiah concluded satisfactory. We will depart at week's end. W.M. will remain to consult with faculty at the Agricultural College to follow in a month or two. Not sure W.M. 15 April 1873. Reached the South claim today, S claim today. The terrain is not uncommon harsh, but neither is it altogether easy. I'm learning to anticipate its sudden switchbacks and sharp ridges. I've not seen the likes of this fog before, which is so changeable. We are camped in an oak grove that must be several hundred years old to judge from their size. Isaiah called it an auspicious place to stop, though I suspect he does not wish to go further into the territory in our current direction. Rabbit for supper again. He's got little footnotes here. Rabbit for supper. Some scholars have attributed Cooper's later degeneration to rabbit starvation, though protein poisoning does not typically present with symptoms consistent with Cooper's behavior. And then Flynn did indeed consult with several faculty members at the newly formed Agricultural College of West Virginia, as it is now known. Flynn. W.M. will remain, and then he says Flynn did. That's weird. Maybe we know that person's name later. Little is known about Isaiah Silverheel, though an Isaiah Silverheel is recorded as running a general store in Cooper's Rock in the 1890 census. Okay, next page. We've got a drawing of what? Drawing of a plant. A weird looking plant. Almost creepy looking. William and I, maybe it's William Flint, William and I have made good samples and are taking something. May 1873. Western boundary complete. I wager I will still be mapping the perimeter when William arrives. His company will be a balm. Strange nights out here. The land is entirely unswelled and unused to man's intrusion. Maybe that's why I dream as I have done of late. What place have I in a canyon cut over thousands of years? To the cliff face I am nothing. The river cares little for me or my plans or the plans of men who have sent me forth to trace its winding path. I'm reading W.M. as William. I wouldn't mind the game telling me who that is. 11 June 1873. Eastern perimeter all but finished, nearly returned to camp now. 24 June 1873. S will surely make a good return on their investment. He's talking about the Strahlenberg is S. Strahlenberg will surely make a good return on their investment. Sent up my first report with Isaiah. Now that W.M. has arrived, I own I'm relieved I will not be at camp alone. As a boy, I longed for uncharted territory, and my passion stoked by stories of the Corps of Expedition. Yet even in my wildest imaginings, I could not have conjured this place with its stark outcroppings and misty hollers. It startles me and, yes, unsettles me at times. It seems an unknowable place, or perhaps a place that is getting to know me. 26 July 1873. W.M. and I have made good use of our time while Isaiah is away. We've collected many samples and are taking relief from this sudden heat as often as we can. Spoonwood blooming along the hillside, very hardy. So this footnote to item 4 is the land is entirely unspoiled, unused to man's intrusion. Footnote 4 says, Though this has the ring of romantic overstatement, Cooper's observation is surprisingly accurate. While there is extensive evidence of prehistoric and pre-contact native societies throughout West Virginia, the region immediately surrounding Cooper's Rock has little archaeological evidence of human habitation. Much of what has been uncovered resists easy classification. Okay, more diary entries. What happiness these past few days, 28 July 1873, redbirds calling party, party, party from the treetops, and jaunty little Dutchmen's breeches everywhere. At least I think they are, though I never saw any of this shade of blue before. Took a cutting, which made poor W.M.'s hands quite inflamed. Happened today upon the mouth of a cave, and not a moment too soon, as a fearful rain began this afternoon and has not let up. It appears to extend quite some distance into the mountain. We agreed to take our ease here until the rain abates, as the cave roof leaks much less than our oilcloth. Oh boy, they're in the cave. Let's see what the footnote on this is. Flynn's cutting of this rare blue varietal of Dicentra cucullaria has been preserved in the Cooper Heritage Center. And it looks like the sap or whatever of the cutting was a bit of a toxin. W.M. is Flynn. W.M. Flynn, maybe William Flynn. 3rd August 1873. Ventured further into the cave today. William remarked that I should follow a thread like Theseus in the maze. I said I hoped we would not find a minotaur at the end of our excursion, though the jest fell flat. He mistrusts my interest in the cave. I suppose he feels I should restrict myself to my official work for Strahlenberg, but my pulse thrills when I am amidst these winding passages. I have found crude symbols on the walls of one of the caverns, unlike any I've ever seen. And then he's written a code message here. The footnote says, Cooper's use of code in this journal was not uncommon for diarists of the time, though like many private ciphers, the method of this particular code appears to have been lost to time. And his comment about Theseus in the maze, this comment appears to be the source of an erroneous but oft-repeated story that Cooper tied string to his belt while exploring the cave. So remember, we read that story and followed a thread. So maybe that's an apocryphal story and it's just a joke about following a thread. Okay, we need to make a note so we don't forget to come back to this code. So I'm just going to put David Griffith code page 12. Let's just keep track of that. William, gone back to Morgantown, I told him he could go to the devil, then regretted bitterly that we had quarreled. He says my fixation on the cave is foolhardy. Oh, wait, what happened? He likes exploring the cave. Okay, 15. He says my fixation on the cave is foolhardy and unsafe. But what am I here to do if not to learn the secrets of this place? What does caution matter when there is knowledge to be gained? He will see the value of my work before long, I trust. September 1873. Sent another report to S. Off with Isaiah. More code. The Toldernit Everum will be of interest to them for certain. I spent half the day, perhaps it was the night, observing its properties. Its something is not only notable quality either. It's not its only notable quality. Something. And then there's a capital letter right in the middle here. That's weird. WM would tell me to rest, but he's not here. I cannot recall when last I felt the need to sleep. Must remember to stop to eat, though, or my strength will leave me. It does feel like this cave might be getting to him. John says, I see a Z by itself. Could it be at Bash? There's an R by itself. And there's the Z by itself. So Z could be an A and R could be an I. Let's see if R and I are at Bash, because if that's true, then I think you've 100% got it. I don't have my things nearby. I'm just going to write it out. QR, that's it. It's at Bash for sure. Because this R by itself is going to be a capital I. And as you said, the Z standalone is going to be the letter A. Okay, so 100%, that's an at Bash cipher, where the letters of the alphabet are just reversed. So let's go up and open up an at Bash cipher. Okay. So we'll at least type in a little bit of this. Page 12 and 13. Okay. There it is. CM. We don't have to do this all, just enough to CMW space Z. Just make my life a little bit easier. Don't make me do all of this. CMW space Z HGIZMTV or TSG. ZIP and VHHBLL. And a strange light in the darkness, too. I found crude symbols on the walls of one of the caverns, unlike any I've ever seen, and a strange light in the darkness, too. These are the glowing lights. Okay, let's do this one. R. I can hear it vibrating in the night. through my... Even through my dreams. It sounds like it sounds is like the last UCRMG. Sound is like the last faint resonances of a distant bell. Okay. William would tell me to rest. He's not here. I cannot recall when I last felt the need to sleep. Must remember to stop to eat, though, or my strength will leave me. Isaiah, distressed as I suppose by my recent conduct, has fetched William back with him from Morgantown. He wished to persuade me to leave, but why should I? What is there for me to return to? Much improved. The return of Cooper's illness during this period is unclear, though the most likely explanation is some manner of atypical carbon monoxide poisoning. Though I cursed him fearfully at the time, I must own I was sorely run down by my researches in the cave. Perhaps he was right to make me quit that place, at least for a time. William says he will call it Foxfire Cave from now on, after the Ignis Fatuus. He may call it my foolish fire as all he likes, but I know its true value. He may call it my foolish fire all he likes. Ignis Fatuus. He's talking about, I don't know what that's obviously a name about. It's a story or something. Foxfire Cave. Okay. And this is the breeches everywhere that he talks about. Looks like it's a specific kind of plant. At least I think they are. Sidney Cooper, drawing of Dutchman's breeches. At least I think they are. Looks like it's a plant that is jokingly referred to as Dutchman's breeches. Okay, but now what is this? Ah, that's the drawing of on the cave, a weird symbol. I think Ignis Fatuus might be our mystery stones. I think that's what William called the glowing stones. Okay. All right, here we go. He's got a drawing. I sealed in a number of unusual skeletal specimens. Doubled or deformed. Two-headed specimen. 10 October 1873. While I've been convalescing, William has made a study of owl pellets he's found near camp. Screech owls, or perhaps great horned owls. We have remarked the cries of both. They've yielded a number of unusual skeletal specimens, mice mostly, but some rabbits and bats too. Their skulls doubled or deformed, bones marred with tumorous growths like rough white moss. He's posited some manner of contagion amongst the rodent population, though I wonder. Perhaps it's for the best I have not told William I saw all I saw in the caves. I wonder if we might just, at this point, go to the recaps so that we can get so that we don't have to decode stuff. So here's the @bash. And then level 2 of the code, they're writing the words out backwards. Starting on 5 January 1876. All right, well, we aren't there yet. But hint, hint, reveal. Codes unscramble level 1. This is what we want. A strange light in the darkness, the glowing vein. Luster. I guess I skipped these. And that was on page 12 or 13. Single words that were encrypted. Okay, so here is what we're looking at. ULIRU here. So we decrypted that ourselves. Now this is the one we're just looking at. For if he had seen the shadows that he's saying, I'm glad I didn't tell him everything about the cave. For if he had seen the shadows that moved in the subtle glow, he might not be so complacent. Okay, back to our story. If he had seen, I'm glad I didn't tell him everything I saw. If he'd seen the shadows moving, he wouldn't be so complacent. The longer I look, the more this land's richness reveals itself. The coal alone will serve us for many years, to say nothing of the mineral deposits and lumber and such. The river could easily be exploited for mills if they so desire. For my part, I would be content if I could comb this land inch by inch for the rest of my days, for I would still be making new discoveries even as a dying man. (27 October 1873). Stopped at an outcropping, Isaiah says, is called Raven's Rock, which affords a spectacular view of the valley. From that vantage, we could see the brilliant red of our oak grove, the golden hickories, the evergreen spruce and pines. These trees will continue to redden and lose their leaves long after any memory of we 3 men who stood amongst them is gone. November 1873, November 1. S has granted my request to stay on. I hope they will permit me to continue on indefinitely. Cooper did, in fact, remain on payroll until his death. Isaiah says he will not remain, but he has a family waiting for him, so I cannot fault him for wishing to return to them. As for William, I cannot say what he will do. He says it's too isolated to settle in earnest, but soon S will establish their camp in town, and I will have more company than I would wish. And it looks like our guy Sidney died in 1906. Maybe we already knew that. Okay, there's a picture of some of the deformed skulls. Oh, look at this. He's drawn a picture of the Foxfire Cave. Part 2. Looks like lots of bats in here. Part 2. Establishment of Cooper's Rock. March 1875. S has been blasting the mountain relentlessly, I fear. So we've skipped over a couple years now, right? He's here scouting it in 1873, and here we are now, 1875. S has been blasting the mountain relentlessly. I fear they will shake the earth to pieces. Every living thing is much distressed, aside from the men, who seem not the least disturbed when the earth begins to shake under their feet. I'm seldom required to appear there, thanks be, though already in the past few months I have seen more people than I did in the whole year prior. I suppose this is the price I must pay for revealing this land's wonders to S. I have only myself to blame. Traded with one of the men up at the camp for tobacco. These intruders have some uses, at least. 24 May 1875. My cabin is finished at last, thank Providence, so I have a retreat of my own. Cooper's cabin has survived and is now the oldest freestanding structure in town. It's open hours. Okay, it's high time I return to my studies. and he's got some encrypted. There's still so much to discover. Oh, don't need to do that. So there's still so much to discover, and that is here about, I long to return to the caves. I hear them in my dreams calling to me. Yikes, that's creepy. This cave has definitely infected him. June 1, 1875, have been making a survey of insect life. Of particular interest are the mourning cloak, the kama, the monarch, and the viceroy. The mountain offers admirable specimens, though perhaps most intriguing is the delicate blue species, which gathers by the something, in which I found are something. An effect of their environment, perhaps? I cannot say for certain, nor do I recognize them as any common species. The species of butterfly described here has never been properly identified, though there continue to be reports of sightings from time to time. And what he says is, the species which gathers by the mouths of the caves at twilight he's found they are faintly luminescent in the moonlight. Okay, so these insects are faintly luminescent, and here he has a drawing. And he says, of particular interest are the things which we were just reading. So maybe this butterfly is faintly luminescent. You wouldn't expect any things to be in here, but okay. And here's more drawings of butterflies, much to my delight, as they are known to attract butterflies. Drawing of plant and butterfly. 18 October 1875. Returned at last to Yukorev, which translates as Foxfire. Its network is vast and winding. I have not yet reached its limits. Even I, who know its shape so well, lose myself at times. Just the other day, I discovered a passage I had not previously mapped, and I marked it with a pile of stones to return to it later. Yet when I came back, my cairn stood before a solid wall. Whoa. Was it only a trick of the light, a waking dream? No single answer satisfies. All I can say for certain is this place has ways of its own. In other words, he found a path, he marked it with his lantern, he went away, he came back, and his lantern was sitting in front of a wall. So what happened to the path he saw? Did he imagine it? I often wonder who they were that first mapped these passages and chambers. The signs of their presence are everywhere. Markings on the cave walls, the tools as well, crude in nature, badly degraded by the damp, a little knife and a sort of pick, both of forged iron, and the bones of a child. And the shadows at the edge of my vision. Now, deep, deep within, I have found what I take to be the bones of a child. I know it should have alarmed me, but I felt no fear. I have often sensed them passing alongside me in the darkness of the tunnels. Now I'm certain they are with me, watching. Whoa. And then 1876. So now we are in a different code, we were told. And we already looked at it, which is fine by me. Journal entries. So he says here that starting on 5 January, the passages are encoded by reversing the order of the alphabet and writing the cards out backwards. Okay, so that's not an unfair code. Like if you translated this you would just see, you could read it, but every word would be backwards. The words would read from right to left. So we don't have to. Well, level 3, I don't want to do that. I want to do. Here, unscramble level 2. Okay, January 1876, January 5th. The image of bones on the cave's floor has not left my dreams for several nights now. I see their outlines even in my waking hours in the curling fog. Made one last attempt to locate them for my own peace of mind. Once again, discovered nothing at the site they lay. So I set off further into the tunnels to search for a trail. If they had been there at all, something must have moved them, but each passing step saw only jagged rock under my feet. So preoccupied was I with scrutinizing the ground that I lost track of my passage. Took many hours to find the way back out. The sun had long since risen on another day. When I emerged, its light pained my eyes, magnified as it was by the blanket of snow that subsumes the land. 31 January 1876. Sent a letter to S, headquarters, requesting supplies for a protracted expedition of the cave. Anxious to continue my studies, but my better virtue prevents me from moving forward unprepared. A scolding voice at the back of my mind, reminding me of Williams, urges me to focus elsewhere, but it's easy to brush aside. William will be happier teaching students about this land than he ever would have been to live in it. I know this, and hope someday to be happy for him. After leaving Cooper's Rock, William Flynn took up a position at Wheaton College, where he co-authored a series of botanical textbooks in collaboration with renowned naturalist Giovanni Cardi. Flynn maintained his ties to the institution up to his death in 1932. March 1876. Boy, we're making slow progress through this book. We are past the halfway point, but having spent a number of weeks anxiously awaiting the fulfillment of my request, observed several large milkweed plants sprouting near my cabin in the meantime, much to my delight, as they are known to attract butterflies. In fact, a cabbage white type of butterfly lighted down upon my knee just now as I began to write. Though it is not my preferred course of action, this time above ground has nevertheless done me well. My head is clearer. My heart beats at a more regular pace than it has of late. I shall be well rested for the journey that lies ahead. 28 March 1876. Finally received word back from S. Their response was better than I dared hope. They are almost as eager to learn more about the cave as I, though I suspect their interest likely lies more in the potential profit to be had from those lustrous stones. Which are these stones he's talking about, than in the joys of exploration. S offered extra funding to hire 6 or 7 other men onto the expedition, but I declined. Company will only slow me down. Quote from Cooper's letter in response to Strahlenberg. I contain more competence in my smallest and most withered toe than any 10 men. Sorry, I just can't read it at this view. Than any 10 men beside me could ever hope to boast, where this area and the caves in particular are concerned. Okay, doesn't want anyone else coming up there, just him. Made good progress today, though I have not yet reached any tunnels that I have not already seen. Somewhat hindered by the bulk of provisions strapped to my back. I have never brought more than a few days' worth of food down here, and now I carry enough sustenance for weeks. Setting up camp near the cairn I made several months ago. And then he says, it still stands against a solid wall, but appears to be much taller now. A 7-foot stone formation referred to as Cooper's Cairn stands in Foxfire Cave to this day, although it is not man-made and therefore not the original. As early as 1921, it became common practice for local youth to challenge one another to spend the night underneath the structure. The practice halted following an incident in 1958. Okay, that's a little creepy. 7 April 1876. Neither felt nor heard any of the blasts from S's operation. Must be further away from the main mine shafts than I realized. So he's discovering the Foxfire Cave, some deep, deep path. April 1876. Forging deeper. Collected a small handful of beads as I went, each sporting strange and beautiful carvings. Isaiah is of Shawnee ancestry. I shall find him to ask if he recognizes the writings of his or any other tribe once I emerge. The Cooper Heritage Center holds a collection of beads gathered on this and other expeditions, but all have faced too much environmental degradation to be given accurate provenance. First edition print of Henry David Thoreau's Walden was recovered from Cooper's cabin after his death. Cooper had written a significant number of notes in its margins, underlying numerous passages that resonated with him. The book is currently on view at the Cooper Heritage Center. Yes. Past the furthest point I managed to reach in previous excursions some time ago. Must have hit my pocket watch against something, as it has stopped working. His watch has stopped. Creepy and cool. And it cannot be wound. As such, I can only rely on my senses from here on out to measure how long I have traveled each day and when is it appropriate to sleep. I feel invigorated at my progress and will press on for some time. Can you imagine how deep this mine tunnel must be that he can just walk for days and days and days? Made camp last night underneath a jagged seam of lustrous stone. But when I awoke just now, it was nowhere to be seen. I do not recognize my surroundings at all. Bend after bend of tunnel blends together in my head. I'll try to double back according to the map I've been making, but I'm not quite sure which way is back. April 1876. I must have chosen the wrong direction, as my surroundings are unfamiliar, and the snaking of the tunnels does not line up with their shapes on the map. He's trying to retrace his path, and his map's not making sense. As I was about to turn around just now, I observed a glowing blue figure straight down the tunnel, almost humanoid in shape. I felt compelled to follow it. The cramped passage in front of me soon came to an abrupt expansion. I had come upon a vast cavern. The figure had vanished. The floor was covered in approximately 7 inches of cold, clear water. A colony of big-eared bats roosted at the top. Seams of lustrous rock shot up and across the vast roof like the vaulting of a cathedral ceiling. Their glow reflected off the pool's surface, and the silent hum of their power filled the air. As I waded across the cavern's expanse, I observed a small body floating face up in the water. It was one of the bats from above, immobile but still breathing. I shall carry him with me in the hopes his health might improve, and call him Walden, after a favorite book of mine. My thoughts of doubling back have been erased by the euphoria of these discoveries, and I push onward. April 1876. What have we got here? Here's his drawings of the cave. I do not recognize, so he's lost. Here he is in the cave. Here he is with the bats. One of the bats was in the water, face up. He's going to try to heal it, I guess. Mapping my descent has been a painstaking task of late. Tunnels whirl and branch, all at a sharp downward slope, but they do not cross one another where they should. Or else they connect where they should not. There must be iron ore nearby because my compass has been of no use. Walden stirs occasionally as if troubled by dreams. Though his eyes remain open, he remains unable to eat or fly. He's carrying this bat with him to nurse it back to health. April, he doesn't know the day. April 1876. Despite my careful navigations, I came across Walden's cavern once again, through the same entrance as before. To my discredit, I did not handle the frustration well. I kicked and stamped at the wide pool of water, my shouts echoing from the walls and disturbing the slumber of Walden's kin, who swarmed through the air before disappearing down the tunnel behind me. When the water settled, I looked down to see a skull grinning back up at me. Surrounding it as far as the eye could see were the skeletons of all variety of species, suffering all manner of mutations. The pool's floor is an expansive mosaic of bone. April 1876. Turned a corner, came upon the mouth of the cave. I've traveled steadily downward for at least 10 days and cannot explain having ended up back here. Been sitting at the entrance for a long time now, allowing the breeze to cool my brow. It hits the left side of my face, the side facing the tunnels. It's rhythmic like breath. So he's saying that the wind is coming from within the tunnel, and it's rhythmic. Cooper is incorrect. There are no iron deposits in Cooper's Rock region. While coal from the area does boast a higher magnetic susceptibility index than that from any other region, the coal seams near him would not have been strong enough to disrupt a compass. Either the instrument itself must have broken, or Cooper was blaming a personal navigation failure on his tools. Pool of water is like the stomach of a cave. Interesting. 6 June 1876. Was underground longer than I thought. Sent a report of my findings to S. So he's come up, and he thinks it's April. Look, he thinks it's April. When he gets out of the cave, it's June. So he spent a whole extra month or so in the cave that he didn't even realize. Sent a report of my findings to S, included the few legible maps marked with locations of resource deposits, did not mention anything unrelated to S's specific queries, which concerned only the luster. So the mining company wants these lustrous stones. That's all they care about. Now he's writing about the bat. There have been 2 developments in Walden's condition. The first is that he has begun to eat, a cause for celebration to be sure. The second, that his dining has revealed an atypical feature of his anatomy. As I was dribbling water down his throat, a scratching noise sounded from the opposite corner of my cabin. A rat had found its way inside. Before I could move to shoo the creature through the front door, Walden shot across the room, his wings wrapped around the rodent in such a manner that my sight of it was obscured. It screeched once in pain and then was silent. I pried Walden's wings from it and found that he was swallowing the rodent whole, his jaw unhinged like that of a snake. Walden now lies fat and content in the makeshift nest I have crafted him from old shirts. June, July, August, September. A couple months later, Walden passed away last night. We'll keep his bones so that I might add them to the pile in his homeland on my next expedition. Creepy. Walden passed away last night. Okay. will keep his bones. And then the footnote says, Walden, the bat's apparent attack on an unsuspecting rodent, may have indicated he was not a Virginia big-eared bat, as Cooper wrote, but rather a Desmondantinae, or vampire bat. However, Desmondantinae are very uncommon as far north as Cooper's Rock and look nothing like Cooper's rendition of his animal friend. It is much more likely that Walden was suffering from rabies. Cooper's mental decline in the following years is theorized by some to have been the result of contracting the virus from his adopted bat. And here is his drawing of Walden. Okay, only 5 or so pages to go, but why don't we take our break? We'll come back and we'll finish it off. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, well, we're back. We've been playing for 6.5 hours, one of our longer streams, but Anna and Jonathan, my long-time compatriots in these streams, are still here. Anna is in Hungary on a completely different time zone. What time is it where you are, Anna? Jonathan is on a similar time zone as I am, so Jonathan and I are both the night owls here. All right, we are almost done with this very scary diary about a very scary situation where this guy has been driven crazy by this mine he's discovered. We just read about his pet bat, which has died after becoming a vampiric type of creature. And now we are in the latter part of his life. So the bat died June 1876 are the developments. 1879, Walden died. So actually the bat was alive for 3 years or so. And here we are 6 years later. Cooper's writing remained as frequent as ever throughout the final chapter of his life. However, much of it became incoherent or illegible. Selections included in this section have been pulled from the rather small pool of Cooper's writings from 1885 to 1906 deemed lucid or semi-lucid. 9 July 1885. Nothing in the cabin seems to stay where I have left it, including this journal. Seems I'm getting far older than my age would suggest. My memory weakens, my hair grays, and my heart often races for no reason as of late. I spent much of my time taking account of the world around me, but little time accounting for myself. My face grows more like my father's by the day, and less like my own. This must be why my reflection has seemed like that of a stranger to me as of late. So now he's using a different code that we could figure out, but let's just see what it says. Level 3 of the code, encoded by reversing the order of the alphabet and scrambling the letters in each word. And scrambling the letters. So if you wanted to decode this, you'd basically be anagramming it. You'd decode each word, and then you'd just figure out what's the most likely words. If I look closely into my mirrored eyes, the light begins to play tricks on me, refracting all manner of color. I can look at those colors for hours at a time. So it's like having these hallucinations. This morning, 31 October 1886, this morning I awoke at sunrise, rose from my cot, stretched my tired joints, and glanced out at the window to find the sky to be black as pitch. Examining my person, it became evident that I was fully dressed and covered head to toe in foul-smelling mud and slime. The entirety of a day has just passed me by. I cannot recall a moment of it. The sediment covering me is similar to that found in the deeper reaches of Foxfire Cave. I feel weary down to my bones. I can only feed myself and crawl back into bed, hoping tomorrow I will be better able to hold my wits about me. So something has occupied his brain and sent him on a sleepwalking thing to the cave and back, and he lost his whole day. Here he has drawn some mushrooms. Okay. 15 February 1887. Paid a visit to Old Pills. He sat with his brow furrowed as I recounted, this is the doctor, Old Pills, as I recounted my lapses in memory, making frequent notes and asking a variety of probing questions. He examined my person for signs of the French disease, checking my pupils for size and light reactivity, and then moving on to more personal areas. This was a humiliating affair and one that I knew would yield no results. After that, he told me, one man of science to another, that he had treated a fair number of men with my symptoms over the past months, as yet to find a satisfying explanation. As I left, he pressed a packet of mercury pills into my palm with a knowing look. I think that means he thinks he's got like syphilis. And Anna, our historian, is confirming my theory here. That's the knowing look. He's given him medicine for an STD, which syphilis could drive men mad. Waited until I was a mile or so out of town before throwing the stuff aside. He hasn't been sleeping with anyone, so he knows he doesn't have it. As the mercury is a poison, by the way. As the sun set on my journey home, I observed a large colony of luminescent mushrooms clustered at the foot of a tall pine, which I took to be some rare strain of chanterelle. When I finally managed to tear my eyes from them, the moon was well into its journey across the sky. Collected a number of them to stew for tomorrow's dinner, as their scent is quite pleasing. How creepy is that? He's walking home, he sees these luminescent mushrooms, and he's like, blinks his eyes, and the whole day has gone by. He's been staring at these mushrooms for a whole day, didn't even realize it, and now he's going to cook some of them to eat. Whoa, I've made a terrible mistake. The next day, he writes, I've made a terrible mistake. Mycology, mushrooms, study of fungi, has always been my weakest suit. Upon further and rather frantic research last night, it became clear that the fungus was no chanterelle, but rather the sly and duplicitous Agaricus olerus. This fungus was renamed Omphalotus olerus sometime in the early 20th century, and its North American strain is known today as Omphalotus elundans, or colloquially as the jack-o'-lantern mushroom. It contains the toxin muscarine and is indeed poisonous. However, there are no cases of hallucinations related to the consumption of Omphalotus elundans on record. Omphalotus elundans can be distinguished from the chanterelle by its bioluminescence, large cluster size, and the forked ridges underneath its cap. Anyway, he says, I made a mistake. I ate this thing I shouldn't. Last night was not enjoyable. Symptoms persisted for 8 hours, consisted of dizziness, projectile vomiting, and vivid auditory hallucinations. So they're saying, yeah, it sounds like the footnote is like, yes, that's the poison toxic mushrooms that makes you sick and vomit, but doesn't cause hallucinations. So these hallucinations don't make sense that he was having them. He says, I was warned of the first two by my almanac, but he gave no mention of the latter. Would have liked prior warning before my mind began to conjure the gruesome screaming that came from the woods for much of last night. Will be penning a letter to the publisher as soon as I regain my bearings. He's going to complain that the almanac about mycology didn't warn him about hallucinations. 23 June 1887, a couple months later. The position of the moon indicates some hours have passed since midnight. According to the size and location of the mountain in the distance, I am 4 miles southwest of my home. I am in an unfamiliar field surrounded by thousands of blinking fireflies. Were there only some other way to discern how many days have passed since I was last lucid? Beside the hunger gnawing at my stomach and the weakness of my limbs, I must make the trip back to my cabin, hope that the pantry has not gone to mold. I aim to return before... So he's just woken up in a field 4 miles from home. Eating a glowing mushroom is a bad idea no matter what the name of the mushroom. I have to agree. It's hard to imagine anything bioluminescent that would be safe to eat. Last couple pages here. 7 September 1889. William, footnote 20, multiple records show that William Flynn was presenting a paper entitled Floral Intents and Purposes, a Botanist's Manifesto, at a conference. William Flynn planted himself on my doorstep. Oh, he's hallucinating his friend visiting him. William planted himself on my doorstep, spent many hours attempting to coax me from the safety of my home today. I made no response to him, as my resolve would have broken entirely had I made the smallest concession to his demands. When he finally retreated, I had to remind myself it was for the best. I have not been able to account for my own actions or whereabouts much of the time, and therefore I must remain safely indoors. Were anyone from the town to discover my condition had worsened to this extent, I would be shipped off to some asylum and shackled to a wall for the remainder of my days. Besides, I do not know if the affliction seizing me might spread in any way. I cannot put him or any others at the risk of my company. 14 December, several months later. I often find myself gazing at the blank slate of my bolted door, wondering if something is standing just outside in wait of my next attempt to venture out. Oh, that's creepy. I sometimes hear a quiet knocking and do my best to ignore it. There is nobody I wish to see. I focus instead on my whittling. I am presently close to completing my current project, a small bat in honor of Walden. An extensive collection of Cooper's carvings are held in the Cooper Heritage Center's archive. The twisted and surreal forms of these pieces have won Cooper recognition as a practitioner of outsider art. In other words, they're all deformed looking. 16 December. While I worked on my carving this morning, a violent tremor overtook me without warning. My knife, which I held in my right hand, jerked forward to cut a deep gash in the palm of my left. In place of blood, a dark mud has been seeping from the wound all day. Whoa, that's scary. Is he hallucinating it? January 1891. While I loathe venturing outdoors, my supplies dwindle. The townspeople's stares cling to me like leeches whenever I travel into their territory, so I shall avoid them altogether. I leave at dawn to hunt. It is late in the afternoon, and I have returned with a strange catch. I was not far from my cabin when I heard the underbrush rustle and spied the creature perhaps 30 meters west of where I stood. 4 antlers, 16 points in all, a buck that appeared to be 2 of his species, co-joined at the neck. My breath caught in my throat, and my fingers squeezed my rifle's trigger independent of my will. The bullet caught it square in one forehead, and its left head lolled sideways. The creature let out a pained cry from its remaining mouth and then bolted into the forest. Another bullet to the torso halted its retreat. As I strung the creature up to dress it, I noted that it weighed far less than expected. The reason behind this soon became apparent. My knife met little resistance as I split its chest and drew a thin, dark slime in place of blood. Its organs were uncommonly light in both weight and hue, a creamy, translucent color crisscrossed with pale blue veins. The eyes looked similar, lacking iris or pupil. They are expanses of milk white with hair-thin slivers of blue threading through. Its pelt is a velveteen black. The animal's spine seems to split at the base of its neck, giving them equal sensation and control over its body. It's a miracle that a species born with such defects made it to adulthood. I will be sure to preserve the hide and skeleton, and will pen letters in the morning to a few colleagues to inquire about their interest in studying or exhibiting it. And of course I must make my own records as well, but for now the smell of the venison roasting over my fire sets my stomach growling. And then it notes in a footnote 22, no such notes, letters, or preserved remains have ever been recovered. The prolonged hallucination and the physical symptoms that seem to have accompanied it are primary pieces of evidence used by proponents of the theory that Cooper had contracted the rabies lyssavirus. However, the absence of Cooper's remains has kept any definitive conclusions from being made. Absence of his remains, huh? How'd that happen? I guess maybe we're going to hear about it. 28 January 1891. I've been laid up in bed for several days, too weak to write. For a time, the meat was the finest meal I had ever enjoyed. Something took hold of me as I bit into it, a hunger greater than any I have felt before. I made quick work of the flank I had roasted, scooping it up into my hands and licking the grease from my forearms. When there was no cooked venison left, I turned to the raw cuts that were set aside for salting and tore at them until I felt sick from gorging myself. I fell into a deep sleep afterwards, awoke sometime later on the floor in a pool of sweat. Several of my teeth are chipped. Some are gone entirely. My gosh. Judging by the scoring on the creature's carcass, I spent some time gnawing at its bones. The bittersweet taste of its flesh still lingers on my tongue. William only left today when I shot at his feet. He is small and empty in a way that I am not. Seams of vitality run through me like precious ore. I do not think he will come back again. Flynn was still in Chicago at this point, giving a public lecture entitled Bud Omen's Early Signs of Root Rot in the Common Rhododendron. So he's hallucinating it. 19 March 1899. Okay, so he's got this entry, and then 4 years later, my lamp ran out of oil during an excursion, though I could have sworn to filling it the previous day. Instead of fear or confusion, a strange calm washed over me in the darkness of the cave. I closed my eyes and allowed my feet to take their own course. When I next opened them, I was at the doorstep of my cabin. I do not know precisely what had overtaken me, but even now I feel the keen thrum of its power underneath my skin. A second heartbeat. And then his next entry is 7 years after that, and it's just in code. And it says, the only way out is down. Holy cow. The only way out is down. I think he's going into that cave. That's it. That's his last entry. Body never found. Last entry. The only way out is down. Body never recovered. Works cited. How creepy was that? There are some numbers on this cover here. Also, 7 to 9. Now, probably those are just labels for an illustration, but maybe we should make note of it. Especially if we get no reference to whether that's a drawing of his or not. I'm just going to put on our notes. Numbers on journal, but it's not really his journal, right? This is like a reproduction, so I'm not sure if these aren't just numbers for the original. So if I had to guess, I would guess that the 729 is not relevant for us, but I'm just writing it in case. Well, that was a creepy, creepy, creepy diary. This mind drove him mad, but was there some logic to it? Like his body was being hollowed out, and the spirit was using his body, but it was also driving him crazy. All right, I think now we need to go to, well, let's see if there's anything here before we do it. Miner's postcard. Have we done all this? Mining company memo. We did that. No stoppage LVL negotiations. We did that. The miner's postcard. Okay, right. That was the code. We haven't done the code. Let's look at this. I don't think I want to spend too much time on this, but let's see. Let's just play with it for a little bit. Although I can imagine you guys are going to want to have a limited patience with this, but let's just guess that that's yours, because I think that feels like the problem is that this alphabet is more than a little hard to read. But there is this. Well, is that the symbol? Let me see for a second. We think this is Y-O-U-R-S. Let me find all the O's and the S's here. Boy, it is kind of hard to see it though, isn't it? Look, and then these here, I mean, how am I supposed to see these? But let's just do, so this is either the I or the A. Do we have another different standalone letter? It looks like maybe this is another standalone letter. So one is an I and one would be an A. This looks like it's the Y. And then the R is recognizable as a triangle with two things coming out of it. It's really hard to see this. Okay, triangle with two. Let's just find that, if there are any of these. It's too hard to make out what these symbols are. In other words, it's too hard to read these. Like that looks like it, but not quite. That looks like it, but not quite. How could there not be any more R's? And then the S is here. That's an S. I don't see any more S's though. And then what do we think that one is? Okay, looks like a triangle, and then a diamond would be the O. That would be this as an O. 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 Lots of O's. I think that might be an O there too. No. Oh, in fact, that's not an O. That's the wrong triangle facing up. Boy, that's tricky. All of these O's that I found, only this one is the right direction for the triangle at the bottom. I don't know what the other one is. And then the U is very close. This is just too much, too subtle. Okay, let's just go to the answer to this. Postcards written in an unknown alphabet. You may want to return to it later in the season when you have more information. I see. So it's not insisting we solve it now. And we did that. Letter from museum curator. Several documents work together to help answer June Novak's. So we did this. We sent her the answer. We notice Elin Free, same document, E Free, donor and contributor. Oh, that's interesting. But we saw this whole thing. So it seems like we could answer the quiz now. All right, so we're told what the... There's our letter. We can close this. I guess we don't want to close that. Let's go to the URL for the quiz. It seems like maybe we don't have to do this yet. If we don't have to do this yet, then maybe between sessions I can get a better scan. That wouldn't be the worst thing. Okay, let's find what our URL was for our assignment 2. I guess we don't need to know the URL for the assignment, do we? Because if we go to the website, we can click volunteers, which is the assignments, assignment 2. Let's see. Enter your password. It just said to use our email. I don't know why it wants our email, but... And then the password, we're told, is Miners Canary. Okay. Welcome to your Apprentice Curator assignment. We're trying to create an immersive learning experience for our quizzes. Complete the quiz to prove that we're ready to advance. And if you do, you'll get new... I guess we're going to get a new audio, right? Okay, so here we go. Match Sidney Cooper's illustrations to local flora and fauna. Is this the mockernut hickory, the Piers japonica, the Camia latifolia, or the Piscia pungens? Okay, I don't know. This I know. This is Dutchman's breeches. This was the Viceroy or cabbage, we were told. I think if it's the plant, I'm not sure which of these two it is. I think he might have mentioned Eastern Comma as well. I remember reading about those. I suppose we can just go find it. I just don't remember which was mentioning which. So I remember first he talked about it and then we saw the photo. So here's the drawing he's talking about. I think he mentioned it earlier though about the Viceroy. Species of butterfly described here. Where is 11? Of particular interest are the mourning cloak, the comma, the monarch, and the viceroy. The mourning cloak, the comma, the monarch, and the viceroy. They're all here. Mourning cloak, comma, and viceroy. I don't understand how we're supposed to do this. What's the idea here? Matches illustrations to local flora and fauna. Are we supposed to search the internet to find out what these really are? And then here we're told the species of butterfly described here has never been identified. I don't really understand. Does it want us to search these and say that this really is... Because the book seems to suggest 3 different things, but doesn't tell us which. It's kind of weird. Isn't it in the museum on their website? Is it? Is that what it's suggesting? Oh, really? I made a bad mistake of hitting back. So I'm going to try to open up a separate page. I don't, not really sure I'm following this. Let's go and look through this. So this one we're told are the bridge. This one we know are the britches. This one, this is one of her early pages. Drawing of a plant. He's collecting the samples. Well, I don't get it. Okay, this one we're told was the oak. And here we are. What's happening here? Look at this quiz. Morning Cloak, comma, Viceroy, and Cabbage. And then we scroll down and it's the same picture. Huh? Then here's his mushrooms. We were told these are the jack-o'-lantern mushrooms. What's going on here? Same picture, 4 different options. Same picture. 4 completely different options. I'm not sure I understand the logic of these questions. Both quizzes don't seem to have anything to do with solving any puzzles. They're either trying to find the text in the book or what? Wanting us to do internet research? Uh, how about, here's an idea. Let's not fuck with this. It's totally irrelevant. It's not important. Let's scroll down to the answers for the quiz. The answers to the flora and fauna quiz can be found in the selected writings of the booklet, which is this booklet we've been looking at. So the answers should all be in here. Maybe one wants the flower and one wants the monarch butterfly. I like that idea, Jonathan, but does it say? I mean, we could guess at those. Doesn't matter. Why are we doing this? Let's just look. What does it say? So apparently this first one is a mountain laurel, then it's a cabbage white, and then a four-leaved milkweed. Mountain laurel, cabbage white, and milkweed. This is a mountain laurel. Maybe he explained, maybe he says that somewhere. And then this is supposed to be a cabbage white. I mean, the text says cabbage, viceroy, comma, and cloak. Is there some... I'm not sure the way to answer this is... I think maybe you just have to internet search. And then this one was a four-leaved milkweed. So is this the plant? The milkweed plant? And is this the cabbage white butterfly? I think the only way to solve these is to go and to search the internet. I don't think these answers are in this book. Maybe if we go to the third-party site, we'll see if what they say. But it's a little frustrating that the solution doesn't tell you how you would have known that. Okay, and the others we figured out. Great job. So now we can get in here with Luminous. Well, I mean, what's the point of saying to the person, here's the password, put it in on the next page? How about you just give us the next page? Why are you making us type in a password? Sure, there's going to be more. Oh, I thought it was going to be more audio, but it's more mine. Okay, so let's bookmark this. Let's bookmark this in case we need to go back. Okay, so that's it. We just have a couple photos. Let's look at these photos together. Then maybe we'll look at that third-party website and see if they have a better explanation. Okay, so look at what it says. Zone Athens. So all the zones are Greek notes. Authorization password. Okay, look at the authorization. 4242370. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters. Should be one for each letter. All right, well, let's just write this down no matter what. So this is Athens, another, well, I guess Cairo wasn't Greek. Cairo was Egyptian. So I don't know. It's interesting now we seem to be in Greece. But the number, the authorization code is 424. And then maybe a blank. I think maybe there's a number missing. 24, then there's a number that's blank, and then there's 23, 7, and 0. So Athens looks like this. So remember how we decode this to get the passphrase, but I think either there's one missing or it's just Athens without the S. That seems unlikely. Let's take a look at this picture here. So they've got a donkey there in the mine. They've got a burning flame is what's lighting that. Is that why it's so dangerous? Because they have an open flame that if there's gas, it would explode. Zone Athens. What's next? Zone Chi. Athens zone. And now we have the chi zone. And the chi zone is what? 9, 14, 12. CHI 9, 14, 12. Passcode. Why is the passcode? Well, I think we're missing more. Yeah, look at that 9. Before the 9, there's a dot. So I think it's CHI. It's probably China, right? Or something similar. And then the 9, 14, 12. Actually, 9 is not the first code. And then the code is C something something. And then 2 more. CE. This is the same little mental game of we've got 3 sequences of the same number. And we're trying to infirm the set of them. 9, 14, 12. I can't quite tell if we've got one missing in the beginning and one missing at the end. Authorization looks like there's one letter and then there's the number. So authorization, you can see here, there's like a missing digit. I think probably 2 missing digits are up front, and these are the final 3 digits for these missing 4, 5. There's 2 more missing, 2 here, and then this is for the C, the H, and the I. And this is probably like China, although Athens and Cairo were cities. So this should be a city, not a country. Okay, but we can worry about that later. We don't have to know that now. And then here we have another one. Here we have the complete authorization code, a partial passcode, and here we have Z, a blank O, NE, and then we have missing letters here, but we know how many, right? This is zone. We know the total zone is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters. And we know the last letter is an S, but we know the complete authorization, 7, 3, 4, 23, 5, and 12. And we know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 letters. So probably what we've got is a missing letter here, a missing letter here, and a missing letter here. That would give us 6. So missing letter at the front, then an E, then a missing letter, then an A, and a T, and then a missing letter. Okay, so given how this works, we can't figure out these codes from this. We need to guess the city or whatever, starting with an A, ending with an S. That's not guessable, but I think maybe we fill these, our goal is to fill these over time. So let me keep a second. Let me keep our Cairo, because the Cairo is the one we have figured out. Cairo, C-A-I-R-O. RO, and we know that had password LETHE 9 4 11 16 16. So unless there's a pattern to the way these authorization codes were, I don't think we have quite enough to solve these. But if we get a little bit more information, like if we learn what the names of these zones are fully, like, is that zone China or is it something else? What is the missing number? So it depends whether there's logic to it. Chicago, that's a pretty good guess. Chicago, except it's a lot of letters if it was Chicago. I don't think we have room for Chicago. Jonathan says, could you get it? It's sort of, well, if we're missing 2 letters here, if we're missing 1 letter here, then CHINA. If it's a 5-letter thing, we're missing 2, then we could get it. But here, we're missing the first, well, okay, first letter is here, and we have the code. 3rd letter, we can infer this entire thing, so we know what the last 2 letters. I guess we can figure these out. I felt like there was one we couldn't. So here, for example, just for example, look at this for a second. So we are missing the entire passcode for Athens. We don't know any of these letters. We've got the full zone name, Athens, and we've got these. Oh, because the passcode is an actual word. Okay, I take it back. So the authorization numbers are arbitrary, but both the zone name and the passcodes are actual words. So once you have them partially figured out, you can guess what the word is. Okay, so probably we do have enough to solve all of these remaining ones. But we don't have to do it now, and since we've been playing for 7 hours and 20 minutes, we should stop here. A long, deep, creepy session. I think we're going to call it a night here. In fact, you could work on these little puzzles in between sessions, but we'll meet again tomorrow. We'll solve them. Anything else to discuss before we wrap this up, Jonathan? I think the key to being able to deductively solve this, you're right, we can deductively solve it. But the key is that we can, if we get most of the passcode, you can figure out what word it's supposed to be describing. Just to note, I think the solution for them is under episode 2. Oh, is that right? So you're saying it does want us to solve these today. Where is our recap? Let's see. Exclusive content hint and exclusive content reveal. I think you might be right. I think If you get 100% on the quiz, you'll be granted access. So this might, clicking on this might reveal what the zones are called. Let's see. No. The information that appears on the stamps on each picture may become relevant. But yes, we can figure out those codes, but we don't need to use it now. We'll figure it out on our break. We actually will solve this because this is a fun little puzzle. All right. We're going to call it a night here. 7 hours, 22 minutes of play. A nice, good, healthy session. We're meeting again Saturday night, which is tonight, in about 17 hours to play through if all goes well. Boxes 3 and 4. I'll see you then.